Hey, friends. Sir Ezra here. Episode 4 is live. I've lost my voice. Sorry about that. I was trying to check through some audio stuff here real quick. I'll pull the episode up. Let's see. There we go. We're sounding okay. Other than my voice, the audio sounds okay. Decent. All right, friends. Let's get back here. Get back to the channel. Back to the stream. Okay. So if you want to watch with me, here we go. By the way, happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving. Hope you are all. Oh. All right. I got my bottle of water. I have lost my voice completely. It is gone. Just check through a few things here. That's recording. That's good. And we're good. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Here we go. Let's watch this. Yeah, put a quick comment here. Leave me a comment with your thoughts in a bit. Here we go. The Dragon Reborn. Let's click play on this. Here we go. Watching the recap here. Okay. You can't outrun a fade. Here we go. Gilladon. Oh my. Oh yeah. Oh my. He's awesome. Loghain's awesome. All right. The Lord Dragon is what I should be saying. He's the Lord Dragon, friends. I mean, nothing. They should be. They should be following you. Let's go. Who is talking to him? Who's talking to him? Oh my gosh. You should not have done that. Oh boy. The corruption, guys. That's the corruption talking. Holy smokes. He's a freaking dragon reborn. He kind of looks like Christ in armor. Let's go. Let's go, Logain. I told you guys he believes. He believes. He is trying to do the right thing. Unbelievable. Great freaking intro. Logain looks awesome. Ah. Dun. There we go. Wow. More warders. More Ice to Die. I would not mess with the red. Lan, help her out a little bit. Come on. Hmm. That's a scar. That is a scar. Gaelden. At 9:30, just so you guys know. No, he's not. He is the dragon. Don't need a trial. This is crazy. Wow. The shield is important, friends. Wow. Half his power. Guys, Logain is the real deal. Yeah, Moraine's in trouble, huh? With the Armerlin seat. Going through the forums. What? Barely company? Hmm. 12:30 is where I'm at. 12:30. Yeah, Moraine's got secrets. Oh no. The the Amerlin isn't here. Gosh. Whoa. The Tuatha on. Let's go. Oh, Perrin. They're going to Tarvalin. Yeah. Tap, tap, tap. Let's go. Let's get some food. Let's go. Let's go. Where's the dancing? Where's the come on? Back on the road, going to Tarvalin, the Tinkers. Hey, what's happening? Right now, I'm at 15 minutes, 30 seconds watching the Dragon Reborn. Gonna talk about it later. Wondering if I'm gonna see a fade. Don't know. Moraine versus slow gain. Wow. Guys, I think Rand's a bit more one of the five. Who Nynaeve is probably the fifth, right? Oh, he's fighting. He's I wouldn't laugh about it. I wouldn't laugh about it. I would not. One warder would never do. Oh my god. I'm at 17:55, almost 18 minutes. We got some serious stuff going on here. He's strong. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. What if the Reds are holy, holy guys? Low gain is powerful. Holy. Oh, naive. I love naive. Off by herself, didn't know what to do. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, bad alliances. Wow. Oh boy. Come on now, work together. Yeah, do a little work. Yeah. What? There's a red tent and a green tent, guys. What the heck? Hmm. Mm. Land. Naive. Hmm. No. No weapons. Wow. Yeah, Perrin has. Oh. Oh my gosh. The feels, the emotions. No. There we go. Rain. Isla. Yeah. Good. Guys, the lighting on these episodes is great. Matt's literally sick. What? Mm-hmm. Sorry. I'm at 26:30. Sorry, I kind of stopped. Paused it accidentally for a second. Wow. Brigitte. What the? Oh. Oh my. Brigitte. What? Okay. Hmm. 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 God dang, Tom. Freaking death sentence. Wow. 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 Guys. Hmm. Oh, wow. Getting chills again. Hmm. Wow. It's getting a little spicy. Oh, Nynaeve. Oh, no. Hmm. Hmm. Gosh dang. Happy Thanksgiving, Teresa. Teresa, pour me an extra glass of wine. Hmm. Hmm. Island rain. Let's go. Oh. Wow. 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 This is this is emotional. This is emotional. Some good lines. Hmm. Hmm. Wow. This way of the Leaf stuff, guys. Fascinating. Okay. Oh. What? Oh my gosh. Oh my. Oh my gosh. Oh my. Holy smokes. Uh, okay. What the heck? Dang. Cutting corners. Okay. Okay. Fuck yeah. Let's go, Lan. Wow. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Oh boy. We okay. Oh, oh my gosh. To the dragon. Oh my. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wow. 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 People who want real wills. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh boy. Oh my. Oh boy. Oh boy. What the heck? Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my. Oh my. Oh, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my. What? What? Oh my. Oh. Oh my. Oh, they're linking with her. Oh my. Oh no. Oh my. Oh my gosh. He's crying. Oh my. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay. This is awesome. This is awesome. This is awesome. I don't know how many of you guys just finished that episode, but holy smokes. I mean, holy smokes. It's real. This is real. I said they're doing a real good job. Like this is so freaking good. Holy smokes. I have never been more pumped. That was unreal. That's an unreal ending to this episode. It's a fantastic ending to this episode. The music's great here. I'm watching the credits roll. If you've seen episode 4, let me know what you think in the comments. Let's get those comments piled up here. Matt is a little behind me. Again, it's happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Like mind blown, a little bit mind blown right now. So, oh my gosh, so many things to talk about. There's so much. I can't. How do you pack that much into an episode? I don't know if people understand how much is packed into these episodes. Like it's full of stuff. The Tuathon, right, was there. Matt Rand, Fade situation. Guys, that stuff was all real. Low gain, though. we've reached, it's just another level. It's another level. Wow. Okay. Okay. Here is what I'm going to do. Leave the broadcast up and just, oh my gosh. Take your time. Worth the wait. Don't rush the ending. Wow. Holy smokes. All right, I see 7 folks in here. Let me just check my audio real quick, make sure it's still good. Switch over here. There we go. Yeah, we're good. We are good. All right. Solid. Okay. Stephanie, wow. Yeah, we're just going to collect folks here for a little bit. We're just going to sit and wait, collect some folks who have just finished watching the episode. Dropped about an hour ago, an hour and 6 minutes ago. So I tried to start it right away as soon as it was live on Amazon. So here I am, just absolutely. So am I a bad fan for not hating this? No, no, you're not. And it's, they've done a good, I have so many thoughts. They've done a great job. The writing for The Way of the Leaf got me. The stuff, Rand's dream, amazing. Emotional connections with Owen. They are pulling at the heartstrings in all these episodes. And Lan and Nynaeve, my God, the stuff they're saying there, the lines, the back and forth is it's unreal. It's unreal. It's stuff that's like not in the books, obviously, but it is so good. And they're showing us another side to this, telling us some of the story that we like heard about, that we knew about, that wasn't there. And we're just getting to see different aspects of it. This is crazy. Absolutely freaking crazy. I mean, the connection now, it's different. It's different, but I don't know, guys. I think I like it. I think I like it. I'm shocked. The whole episode, I'm sitting there kind of thinking like, all right, I'm just getting wows across the board. If you thought wow, just drop in here and say wow, because I was blown away. Heavy episode. Just got a text from Sir Matt, who will be joining us here shortly. He is about halfway through the episode, and all he's saying is wow. Like, wow. Let me go ahead and type it in here for everyone. Wow. He hasn't even seen the end yet. So I'm just kind of like, happy Thanksgiving. I should change the title to this to just wow. I mean, the dragon reborn. Who is the dragon? Who is the dragon? A lot of surprises, a lot of cool connections, real good, cool connections to the God. I need to like write them down. While we're waiting, if you guys want to drop in some of your thoughts, it's working. Yeah. Kind of what Matt is saying here is it's working. What the show is trying to do is actually, I think it's working. Yeah, let me write a few things down here because while I'm thinking about this, just topics, because and by the way, don't feel like you need to save your comments. You can write a comment down below here and we will pull it back up, even if it's something big, long, whatever it is, a couple sentences. We'll feature it on our video that's going to be coming up here soon. So we'll stay in this broadcast, only the one episode, correct? Right? It's just one episode. I just want to make sure. Let me write some stuff down here. Holy smokes. What'd you guys think? I mean, just leave me a comment. Like, what did you think? We obviously changes. Obviously stuff's different. But which one of those 3 plot lines was your favorite? Could you pick a favorite? I don't know that you can. The strongest 2 for me were actually Perrin and Egwene and Logain. Nynaeve, Lan Moraine. I mean, unreal. Okay, got a Google Doc here. So you guys help me. Things we need to jot down about this episode. Oh, the way of the leaf. Um, emotions. Like totally getting us with some emotional stuff there. Over to Matt. We had Rand's dream sequence. God, it's so freaking much. Yeah, Matt. Yeah. um, yeah, Matt's kind of sickness, I guess we call that, right? I'll go ahead and say it since we're full spoilers, and I made a spoil. I put a note to say spoilers. Now, tell if I'm saying it wrong. Birgitta, I think is how they or Brigitta. Yeah, my phone's blowing up over here. Let's see. Silverbow. Cool little connection there. Or Brigitta. I always said Brigitta, but I'm trying to make sure I like Gail Dawn, trying to get some of these pronunciations just right here. Have to go back and watch it. I've only seen it once. I know I'm guessing everyone else has too, because that just dropped an hour and 11 minutes ago. And so we are in talking about it. Yeah, Matt was insane. Um, yeah. Balsamont, the dream. That was. Here's the other thing too. Matt's connection to you guys know later on in the series, Oliver, right? The way he kind of takes him in. This whole connection to kids. Then now he has sisters that are much younger, and he's kind of a caretaker for them. I'm really liking that. So Matt's sickness, Silverbow, Matt as a caretaker. All right, now let's get to Owen. God, can't see. I gotta write these down. Owen, nephew. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, Nynaeve rocking the house. Let me go ahead and throw some of these. I'll throw these back up again later too, just as we get going. I'm gonna start throwing some stuff up here on the board for folks to kind of mull over, consider, talk about. Owen. Okay, the Reds, guys. What about the Reds? Red Aja. We saw proof of this. They are gentling men without a trial. Without a trial. Yeah, very emotional episode. Very emotional. I need to go back and get if you guys have any dialogue or any quotes, if someone could, this would be hugely helpful. Go back and look at that dialogue between Nynaeve and Lan, the old tongue, what was said exactly, and maybe get like some quotes going down here. We'll feature them because those were huge. That's monumental stuff. Yeah, the greens. Oh my God, fireside chats, the greens in their water. Let's go over that. Green Aja. Right. Jeez, cow waters and the connection. See, I like what they're doing. They're taking this whole water bond beyond, right? Beyond a husband and a wife, beyond a mother and her children. They're saying it's more than that. I mean, it's something so interesting the way Nynaeve was talking about how what she thought of the Aes Sedai, what she thought of the Warders. There, through Nynaeve, we're seeing what we saw in the book, which was a lot of people not understanding or knowing who the Aes Sedai were. Can you trust them? What are they? They got these lapdogs, they're warders, but no, it's way beyond that. And when she says, "What does that make you?" What does that make you? Proud, right? Yeah, it was wild. Aes Sedai in the old tongue. Yeah, Aes Sedai. Jeez, cow. In the old tongue means servant. Okay. What else are you guys thinking? What else are you thinking? Very much a non-book episode, but truly excellent. Yeah, I'm telling you right now, again, they have to shift. I know we you have to change stuff. There is stuff that's going to be changed. It's the spirit of this. That is the thing that is getting me, is that it is a they're keeping the spirit of this story. It's different, it's changed, for sure. But again, I go back to what happened in the first 3 episodes. We never got to see the women's circle. We knew that there was a braiding ceremony. We knew those things were happening. We never got to see it. And they're saying, "Hey, you've already seen what happens in the Wine Spring Inn with Pot on Fane. You know what happens with the village council. Let us show you what the women's circle is doing. Let's give you some backstory on Nynaeve. Let's talk about her emotions. Let's talk about, I mean, my God, the line between Lan and her about Malkier and the queen and what the queen said to the king. Oh my God, you guys, that's unreal. And then you saw like her, kiss and then 3 fingers down to the ground to the earth, touching literally her parents and those who have gone. And as the leaf falls right down to the soil, there's a whole connection there between Malkier and that old tongue saying, and then also with the way of the leaf, and then the connection between, um, the leaf falling and then it being soil that will bring more life into the world. It's so many freaking connections. The writing, I got to say this. People were upset with the writing. I think that was some of the critiques around. Were like, I don't know about the writing. Guys, they're not. They're trying to do something different here. They're trying. They're trying to bring in some other folks to come read this series. I need one of my books. I have one right here. Which one are we on? Fires of Heaven, Winter's Heart. Look, yeah, here we go. I don't want folks to just get to. Let me pull these up. People who come into the series, right? They come in. I don't want them to stop at Fires of Heaven. Okay. I want them to push right on and keep right going. I don't have a memory of Light sitting here in front of me. Otherwise, I would just pull that off the shelf and say, get to the end. Like, get to the end. So you'll come in, they'll say, hey, it's different. They know it's different. They know. Look at these things. They're huge. There's 14 of these. That's book 9. That's book 9 right there. Anyway, yeah, people are going to lose their minds. People are going to lose their minds about Nynaeve. And this is the thing. Matt has been, and I'll let him speak for himself here in a little bit, but he's been kind of, yeah. Oh gosh. Spirit of the story is there in many ways. It's expanding. Yeah. See here. Yeah, I like that comment. I like that because I'm a big believer in taking the good, right? Trying to find something and saying, all right, I like this aspect of the show is good. And I want to, or the books or the stories, whatever it is, they took the spirit of this. Go listen. Rafe, the showrunner, is in there fighting for things like the Manetheren song, things that they think might not test well, but we are out here going, that's what we want. We love that they kept that in. Now we get that they're having to move stuff around. They didn't give him like a 2-hour opener. They said, we'll show the first 3 episodes to really get people hooked and kind of go from there. But they didn't give him all the time. They didn't give him the 10 episodes. They didn't give him the 2 hours. He wants more time, wants to do more. They're confined to this box. And so we have to say, what can you do inside of 8 episodes? And it's the spirit. You have to go to the spirit. What is Perrin dealing with? What is Egwene dealing with? Nynaeve and Lan, all the relationships. The crazy thing, what I thought they did brilliantly was Logain. People aren't going to like this. So some of your, like the book purists might not like this. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm freaking wrong. But, oh my God, thank you. Oh, copy to pasty. My God, you are a freaking lifesaver. Yeah, I'm going to pull this back up here a little bit later. That is it right there, friends. That's where it's at. So, okay, but what they're doing with Logain is so good. I always make the joke in the podcast, and I've made the joke on our YouTube channel that that Logain, yeah, we call him the false dragon. I like to call him, up until a certain point in the books, the Lord Dragon, because he believes that, when he says that they should be following me, he's almost hurt by this. Like, he's trying to fulfill the prophecies. He wants to guide us. He's not really he almost his demeanor too is not something that's like real harsh and like I'm going to dominate and destroy the world or whatever. It's no, I need to bind it and bring it together. Bringing the king in the way he did is huge, huge. That is the whole point. That is at the core of Logain. I mean, it's just, and then when he sees Nynaeve at the end, oh my god. Uh, if you wanted the book, you're beyond pissed right now. 8 seasons, yeah, yeah. Again, yes. If you, I understand people who said no, I wanted a chapter by chapter. I wanted a chapter adaptation of this. I wanted a page by page, line by line. I get it. They just don't understand that there's a budget. There's not unlimited money. There is not unlimited whatever. And also, what I've loved about the folks who came in, Brandon Sanderson said something about this. I think I was watching again. Shout out to the Dusty Wheel. Other content creators or the Wheel of Time content creators who I think are saying the same thing. They're trying to capture the spirit of this show or the book series and to honor Robert Jordan's legacy in that way. We want to see this. We want to see the whole story. We want to see all 8 episodes and improve upon it and keep it going. So I don't want this to die after season 3 or 4. I want them to be able to get their 8 seasons or whatever they need and tell this story through to the end. Send people in to read these books and then boom, let's go. Yeah, chapter by chapter would be a disaster. 100%. It would be. There's just no way that you could do it. A lot of times it just, again, they were worried about just showing a 4 or 5 minute Manetherin song. There was a big sort of like Rosamund Pike talked about this, wondering, did that test well? Is that something that people are going to respond to? And so I say, as fans, you got to go out there and respond to that kind of stuff. Like, yes, it's not exactly what happened in the books. You have that story. It's right here. You can go read this and you can reread it and you can re-experience it and re-talk about it all the time. But now you can actually think, now I know what Galadon kind of looks like. I know what Logain, their adaptation looks like. And I get, you could get as nitpicky as that. Like, I didn't think the clothes were right. I didn't think this was, it's an interpretation. And I'm just blown away. That episode right there shows me it's going in the right direction. Yeah, filled 1,000 pages. Yeah. Too much. Yeah. Yeah, just different things. Like, you guys keep dropping them in here. These are great. You guys are making great comments and great points. Yeah. And they're misdirecting. Roland, good point here. They are trying to misdirect people. And that's great. They've got me misdirected. I don't know what they're going to do here. This is awesome. It's fantastic. Best episode so far. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I thought episode 1 was great. I mean, it hit me like episode 1 was emotional. 2 was kind of like, okay, let's just calm her down. 3, I had sympathy for a freaking dark friend. I felt for a dark friend. I was like, you know what? That sucks. That sucks. We have these theories about Perrin's wife possibly being a dark friend. And I'm sitting here going, I'm a little touched. I mean, did you see Perrin with the hammer? Again, I know it's Balsamon. I know it's all to kind of throw us off a little bit, but oh yeah. Right. I mean, if we just saw like a page by page interpretation of this, it would be, because it's hitting me. You can go back and see my live reaction to the line. Let me go back up here to this line right here. Let's see. To that. We shall go into the land so our children can always hold us and will never be alone. It's not just that he told her what was said there. It's he interprets the old tongue for her. And says that it was something that was said, between royals, Malkier royals. Like, and if you know the books and you know where this is going, you're sitting there going, okay. Yeah. Oh my God, I'm with you. I'm actually with this. Did you see the tears? Like the freaking tears at the end, man. I mean, again, guys, we're just hanging tight here. Matt will be in soon. Yeah, he's losing his mind. He's losing his mind. And I'm sorry for folks who wanted, actually, I'm not sorry. I was about to say, I'm sorry for folks who wanted a page by page. It's different. And people who have read it, I talked to somebody at work who has read it. Probably like first book comes out. He reads the first book. He reads the second book. when it comes out, he reads 1 and 2. Then when 3 comes out, he reads 1, 2, and 3. And he just read through the whole series like that over the years, been with it from the get-go. And he's waiting. He's cautiously saying, "Yeah, I get it. I'm an adult. I realize that these things have budgets and there's only so much that you can do and you got to move stuff around." He's in it because he's surprised by some stuff like, "Oh, that's cool. I kind of know where that might go. I know the tie-in here. I know the connection." And you're surprised by some stuff. Where was the comment? Yeah. Yeah, I like surprises after reading so many times. Right? This is surprising to me, and it just a different way to show relationships and connections. The stuff with the Warders and the Aes Sedai, you never really it's not until later in the series that you really get, more of that intimate kind of connection and understanding of what's going on. We kinda get it. We get that there's a connection and somewhat of a bond between Moraine and Lan in Eye of the World, and it takes us a while until we actually go to the White Tower and experience all of that, and even then, we're not really experiencing it, through I don't know, not through, like, a Green or whatever who has 2 warders where it's like Nynaeve and Egwene and them trying to figure out, like, do we follow Leandrin into the ways and go save Rand? That's the kind of stuff that's going down, but okay, loved the first episode, but so difficult, literally summarizing. Yeah, it's hard. That is hard to do. Hard to get it all compact in there. Which moments do you keep? Rafe was talking about that. Like which moments is he going to choose to amplify and say this is important in its core, and it's important to the story, and it's going to help like understanding the old blood. Like why are these 5 so important? Why is it that the 2 rivers is as important as it is? And what does that have to do later on? We'll tie stuff into the prophecies. We'll get Moraine talking about what she's looking for. They're confused, right? There's confusion. They don't know who this is. Does the Dark One know? Do they know who the Dragon Reborn is? All this stuff. What was the Green? Let me go back. What was the Green who sacrificed her life? Because I know she's in a New Spring and Nagashi. Does that sound right, guys? Help me out down there in the comments. But I mean, that kind of stuff was wild. Yeah, his talk to the king. Glory to come. Yeah, and by the way, I'm going to circle back through some of these with Matt just to show him what you guys are talking about here because this is great. Yeah. Yes. Yes. This is a good point. Something that hit me was Leandrin feeling now, was she taking advantage of this moment to gentle Logain, or what? And that yeah, uh, Karina, yeah, Nagashi, like yeah. Was she taking advantage of that sacrifice to kind of push the Red Aja agenda, or I mean, she seemed like this is for our sister. Yes, like Nagashi. Yes, thank you, Nagashi. Did she take advantage of that? She seemed sincerely like, oh my god, like really hurt. And again, her life literally never with anyone. Oh my god, Matt is losing his mind. He's losing his mind, but it's Thanksgiving, so there's people, some people do a late dinner. He's also 3 hours behind me. It's 8:28 here. It's like 5:28 there, so like right dinner time. He'll be on shortly, but she's fully taking advantage. Stephanie thinks, yeah, Leandrin. Um, yeah, we saw her in the beginning, right? Episode 1, basically without a trial, without a trial, sentence someone to gentling. And my God, the connection with Owen, it's such a perfect time. You have to have that Tom Maryland explaining what happened to his nephew. And then the feels just kind of come in regards to like what Logain's crying. He thinks he's doing what's like the right thing. He wants to know why they're not backing him. Like he's been spun out again and he believes it. And it's until we'll talk about it here in a second. It's until this moment at the end with Nynaeve that he's like, okay, maybe I'm not. And my power pales in comparison to that. So something's up. The Taviran matter, the 5 that have been mentioned, they were asking who is the 5th. I said it during the live reaction. It was probably Nynaeve. Yeah, turn out corny. Yeah, it was very touching. Yeah, this stuff between Lan and Nynaeve was extremely touching. Again, I just the delivery of that line, him praying, the 7 towers, what was all there, all that stuff referencing where we're gonna go. We know where we're gonna go. Yeah. Oh, and exposition was indeed excellent. Yeah. Yep. Um, yeah, this is something, John. This is a good point. I was gonna ask you guys about this. Do you think so? We don't really know, and I have to go back and watch again. I'll try to click back through. We can't really show. I don't really know what we can show or can't show on here, but I'm gonna go back and find a timestamp, and we can all look at Leandrin and say, yeah, was she? Did she lower the shield or weaken it enough to let him through? Seemed to be talked about, hinted at. So yeah, right? Did she or did she not? This is gonna be huge. And I wonder if it's like you can feel, I'm guessing, and some of you out there who are, depending on which Aj you're in, or if you're Aes Sedai or not, I'm just a simple sheep herder myself. But can you feel the connection? You know, can those sisters feel that she lessened it? Like, is that something that Moraine can later on say, I felt her kind of give way a bit? Remember when they were doing the transfer of power, um, it was like that she had to fully take on the shield so that Leandrin could back off. And it wasn't like just all or nothing. You can lessen the strength of your shield, it seemed like. Yes, both. Right. Yeah, this is a good point. Tom wasn't just connected to Matt, he was also connected to Rand and had sympathy for the situation that Rand is in with his friend, saying, I've had someone like this who's gone crazy. Let's keep Matt, your friend, who we have a connection with in the last episode with the IEO. Let's keep him from the Aes Sedai. Now, it seems like they're on a path to go to the White Tower until, and maybe they're heading that way. And now we've got a situation with the Fade that's separate. That Fade sticks its face out there. My God, that was wild. Let's see. So she could talk to him. Yeah, I don't know about this one. Did you guys notice that inside the Aes Sedai camp, it seemed like people were talking to Moraine, or they were trying to figure out Moraine's agenda. Um, it was one of the Greens, I can't remember which one it was, who was trying to say, like, hey, what's going on? Get some information from her and trying to figure out what her agenda was. What is it that she's seeking? Because Blues are like that. Leandrin calls her a spy, like, kind of, and then Nynaeve calls her a snake in the grass. So, I feel like if I had her, yeah, we don't. And you know what? This could go on for a bit. There could be the way they set this moment up here with Nynaeve is because I kept wondering. I'm like, when is she gonna just do something? But it's perfect that the first example we see is through healing, and it's through someone who she just admitted to. They had a moment right before the battle breaks out, like, "You're more than I thought. You're exactly what I thought." And Lan was about to say something. What was he gonna say? What was Lan gonna say? Right? Yeah, Alana. Thank you. So sent Alana in because of, I think she said because of Alana's friendship, right? Because Alana had this friendship growing up in the tower with Moraine, and yeah, that she would be able to maybe kind of help her uh, figure out what Moraine was about. Now the problem is though, the word is out. Like Leandrin is doing her own thing, trying to get more of the sisters in this camp to say we can't carry this burden all the way to Tar Valon, so we need to gentle him now. And there's I mean, again, they all get attacked. They all get attacked because they're trying to do two things at once here. They're trying, and I love that Karina is really like, even though it's difficult, we do what is difficult. We are servants, and she felt still honor bound to kind of do their duty, even if it does mean losing their life. They have to take him for trial to the White Tower because that's what's supposed to happen. But now, to Leandrin's point, I mean, we just lost a bunch of servants who because of this army, we weren't we're dealing with him and we're dealing with them, and it's too much. And yeah, yeah, I think so too. I think, and this is probably a good thing for the series, is to get the questions. Don't you, I always kind of want, like, as a book reader, wouldn't you want it to your friends at work or whoever you're going to tell the series about, like, to walk in at the water cooler and say, so, like, do you know who was supposed to be? Because if they know out the gate at episode one, well, okay. I mean, it's like, then they know as much as you do in episode one. And it's like, there's nothing to it. There's no reason to keep watching. We gotta see this through. Again, we know that there's plenty more beyond just who is the dragon. Like, that's just season one here for us, friends. There's so much more to it than that, which is makes it wonderful. But to get people hooked in, because when the season is over, people are going to go, and they are going to go to Barnes and Noble, or I would say go to your local bookstore and pick up, this is the old hardback edition. Pick up the book and start reading. They're going to be interested in it. They're going to want to read it with you and stuff. And it's a great freaking story. There's so many cool things and aspects in it that I want people to go enjoy. So if this show is bringing people in and hooking people on it, I'm like, let's go. Was there 13? Huh. I did not count either, actually. It's a good question. Maybe someone can go back and kind of do a click through. So again, we're about an hour and 36 minutes after the episode dropped. So some folks are still just kind of had just seen it, and they're coming in now to chat about it. Let's see. So 1 of 5. I think 7. Okay. It didn't look like 13. Right. Yeah, and maybe yeah. What is exactly? Right. Tradition. Thanks, Ben. Yeah. Okay. Interesting that we went in and we gentled Logain. So, and here's the thing, that story's not over. If you're a book reader, you know that story is far from over, right? Even though Owen slits his throat, that doesn't mean every man will, right? And we just don't know. We don't know. I'm surprised I thought in this season we would see more. So really, we only saw, this is like a Logain episode, right? Everyone was saying we're going to have episode after episode of, like, Logain breaks out. We're going to be battling him for episodes. No, they are packing so much into these episodes. It's impressive. It is very impressive what they're doing. Let's see. Yeah. Saute and Farm Girl. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, he looked badass. There's no denying that. Okay, let's talk about Logain for a second. His soft kind of his demeanor when he's in Galdon or Gilladon, he the way he speaks so softly, and he turns that knife, and he doesn't kill the king, and persuades him. He's going about this for the right. He believes it's him. He believes he is the dragon. So I thought that was awesome, and he looks epic. And the stuff he does with the power, clearly he is more powerful than anyone that they have seen. So there's this whole idea too in the White Tower that the strength of the Aes Sedai, that the female channelers, has been reduced to some degree. And I don't know if they're going to touch on that much. I mean, if they're going to talk about power levels, who's more powerful, who's stronger, that seemed to be something Robert Jordan did a bit of in the book series. So it was pretty clear just visually that Nynaeve did some impressive stuff there. Everyone was like freaking healed. That's a freaking Jesus moment right there. Okay. That is like straight, just healed. Everyone. Boom. This guy done, So had a moment when he saw Nynaeve. Yeah. The king. Yes. Yeah. So the king does join up. Yeah, exactly. That was again, that's what I think is one of those things that's really interesting. And actually right now what it does, so even showing this side of Logain right now early on to fans makes them, I think, go, okay, maybe this dragon person is not a bad thing. Rand was asking the question earlier of Moraine, what happens to us when we get to the White Tower? And it looks like, and this was what was whispered between Aes Sedai and the Aes Sedai camp, is like, what happens if the Reds have already gentled the dragon that we need in the last battle? Like, we need to start thinking about these things. the signs, it's starting to come together that we're getting closer to the last battle. So we need to be careful. There needs to be a trial. You know why we need to have a trial is because let's go see. If you find the dragon, are you going to gentle him? Like, let's go figure out if he actually is the guy that we need. And then from the tower's perspective, okay, let's use him, right? They want to get behind him, control him, guide him to where they need to go. But yeah. Let's see. Compassion, didn't see that. Yeah, true. Didn't see that at all. And again, actually, they're doing it's even a little bit different from what we get much later in the book series with Logain. So yeah, King was there. Logain saw the purity of the one power and looked almost sad. Yeah. Yeah, that too. I think it's also just seeing the overwhelming power. That was interesting, right? Is like, could he see the effects of the power, or could he see the weave? Moraine said like she couldn't see a man channel, so that was that. And I'd be okay if they did something even a little bit different with that. But I get why you want to protect the integrity of that for cool things you can do later in regards to Forsaken and the dragon. Um, if he was Oh yeah, I didn't like his voices in the okay. Or I did. I did like his voices. Yeah, so you okay. Notice how he said in the episode that the it felt like other dragon were speaking to him and telling him that he's the one. And that was the corruption. That was the voices speaking to him. Now, something I asked Sir Matt about back in the day, I asked him, are we going to see individuals in the past who were female channelers who proclaimed themselves to be the dragon. Now, what they did to kind of show us that is Logain is hearing not only a female voice, but he's hearing a male voice in his mind. So clearly he must think that the dragon at one point was female and male, just to kind of throw everyone off there a little bit as to who this is going to be. So who, which is working. So yeah. Yeah, did you notice they didn't bother linking until the end? And that's the thing too. People are gonna look into like linking. Yeah, like how does that work and what who had control of the link is important. It was Leandrin had asked for them to link with her, and at that point, Logain's fate is in her hands. Completely. So yeah, I see. Yeah, he saw the raging of the sun beside which he was but a pin prick. Moraine says that earlier, and then we're sitting there going, okay, yeah, sure. Then boom, Nynaeve. That was just healing, friends. That was just her ability to heal. All right. They're tuning down the visible weaves. Good thing. Okay. They probably avoided having linking in more than once because of messy. Yeah, maybe they did. Again, that's a lot of what is it? The CGI and the special effects, right? To kind of show the one power. What did you think of the battle? Sorry, I mean, Logain, his men are coming, and a lot's going on there. The connection. So when Nagashi dies, her warder, and help me with his name if you guys would in the comments. Her warder was raging, absolutely raging. He makes that rush, and then boom, he's got the double axes. I thought he was so cool. It was so cool to see the warders sitting around the fire, and you saw the two where they seemed like they were pretty close, pretty there's some intimacy between those two warders that were sitting with. He was in between. I think it was Alana's warders. All right, she comes by and collects them. So yeah, Steppen. Yeah, thank you, Ben. Yes. Okay. I can't see it. Right. So she does. Yeah, she does point that out. And then it was like, and at the end, Logain is either witnessing the effects of that or who knows what we need to see it, right? I mean, the audience needs to see it. So it's important that maybe, yeah. Okay. Seemed very, this is funny. This is that's a good point. That is a good point that I think they That is interesting how the army snuck up on them like that. These warders are supposed to be a bit better at, not being tracked, but I don't know. They're a big group moving, and then, yeah, they were positioned low in the valley, and it seemed like I mean, I'm thinking of Star Wars in the high ground here, so, uh, 4 sisters instead of all the 11 available to them. Yeah, Anthony's killing it here with the connections to yeah, there are and this is what we'll get into later, there's complexities to, Robert Jordan was great at putting in rules and different, like, levels and ways you could use the power, linking, who could link, the number in the circle, what was needed to acquire a certain, task, and just all of those things. So I thought it was also really cool when Moraine is healed, right? Did you see how much that took out of Nagashi, Karina Nagashi? It took a lot out of her. She had already given a lot of herself in the holding of Logain. So yeah, that was kind of cool to see that they're not all powerful. I like that the Aes Sedai, like even when Alana is charging up her weaves, she is kind of like when she gets the arrows, that takes time. It takes time to do that. Not really like charge it up, but like it can't, it's not instantaneous or whatever. There's a weaving that there's a work that needs to be done. And so then the warders have their job in terms of protecting her. So let's see. Yeah, they trusted the wards. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay. Want to describe it felt like yeah, Kyle. I like how Moraine Alana described, but it felt like trying to contain Logain. At one point, Alana was like almost nervously laughing about it. Like this is like with the cat, putting the cat in and trying to keep it in a bath or whatever. And I thought, yeah, he's just there calmly, like you're seeing them. The one time where he does kind of like uses the power and like you can see the shield kind of move, right? They're all like taken back, like, whoa, this is quite a bit. So, all right. Ben, yeah, I do too. I do too. Being able to control power. It's not just focused on land. Yeah, right. Nynaeve is showing that she can control well, I'm sorry, she's unable to control the power. This is anger, this moment where she feels helpless and she's just made some connection with land and she uses her power and it's not directed only specifically into land is I think the point here, right? Yeah, it's magnified around the room. Leandrin gets healed. Some of them, I mean, guys, when Land was like dying, he was dying, right? Actually, like throat slit. Nynaeve saves his life and probably saves all of their lives, right? I mean, because yeah, I mean, it's just a crazy, crazy moment. Well, not all. Well, you know what I mean. Right. Okay. Yeah. We can switch over a little bit to talk about the traveling people. I thought, is it Isla? Rain and Isla and Aram, right? Isla. I think her story was something else. That was moving. That she wanted revenge, right? And the best way to get that to get revenge on violence was with peace. And that she talked about the turning of the wheel and souls and spirits being spun out again 1,000 years later, and hoping that that life later for her daughter would be um, would be better because of the life she was living now. That's something. That is something in and of itself, is that we are all sharing the present right now, and the idea that you could affect the future and give to people, your descendants and whoever, um, a better life is interesting. Even her own life later spun out again would be interesting. And they show that with the Birgitta or Birgette, whatever, doll, which I thought was unreal. She's even realized that she was channeling. Yeah. Thinking long. Oh my gosh, yeah, what was going on? I thought we were gonna get some intimate scenes there for a second with some of the warders. I was a little bit, thought we were gonna go that route, but right. Yeah, and you've got people and this was cool. I thought the Red Aja did a good job of showing us that we have people from all over joining up in these coming to the White Tower and then choosing their Aja based upon what they feel, is their cause or their purpose or where they can help out most and serve, right? So, oh my gosh, his comments, Aram's comments about the wind blowing, like that some of the leaves fall, right? So Isla was talking about the leaves falling, and then he says, who is the leaf to fight against the wind that blows them away from the tree was kind of interesting to think about. Yeah. A little goofy. Okay. Yeah. I know. And I think one of the things too, so with the CGI and is it a little goofy? Is it something we can work on? I'm at least glad we can see it. And it is interesting. That battle was to seeing what they can do and how they use elements or earth or air and stuff was interesting. But yeah, I think it's tough. It's probably something that they'll perfect. I would imagine, right? It'll probably get better next season. And same thing with the Trollocs. It's something they look at and they say, hey, what are folks bringing up? And I think it's something. If it stood out to you, I think it's fair to bring it up. To me, it doesn't really stand out, and I kind of feel like I don't know. I get so caught up in the story though, and it just depends on who you are and what you're looking for in the show. Like I'm listening for those lines, the dialogue, the writing, and just overall like the story. Kind of don't. I'm not. Matt has a much more keener eye on CGI and things. So, uh, oh my gosh. Yeah, the subtle way that Rand bends the pattern with the farmers when they first meet. The music swells as he's talking. His beginnings are so small, you might miss them. That is a really good point. Didn't he have another moment earlier too where he was persuasive? I think in the first 3 episodes. I have to think on that. I think so though. Let's see. I think that was just one of the provocative dances. Wow. The Tinkers, they're having a good time. All right. Yeah, this is true. People were afraid that the battle would look like it came out of a CW show, but I thought it looked great. Um, Again, you're using a combination of like a weave hitting the ground and it exploding, or hitting a tree. I don't know if you guys saw that tree that was just broke in half, which was cool. The power needs to feel epic. It needs to feel like you can do quite a bit with it. So yeah, okay. We should have Sir Matt on here soon. He is just finishing up some of the episode here, which is wild. I know some folks are coming in right now. They've just finished it. I get that. It just dropped again almost an hour and 50 minutes ago is when it dropped. So again, it's an hour episode, taking people some time to get through it. But if you have comments and you want Matt and I to discuss them on the show, leave us that comment down below. By the way, also please thanks to everyone who has subscribed to the channel so far. Just awesome. Our dark friend Layla as a dark friend video blew up. What the heck was going on with Layla in this episode too? Was that Layla's body when Perrin was swinging the hammer? I mean, Rand is seeing these things. So again, is it just I don't know what is that all Balsamon? Is that all him just trying to manipulate and yeah, but that was her body, I'm pretty sure. He was getting after so. Oh, what was the short for this one? Did anyone see? Did anyone see what the name of the Let me go look real quick. So they have the X-ray version. Good call here. Let me go look. Episodes. The Dragon Reborn. Let's click on that. And then I guess you just go right in here to, oh, wait. I got to click on it. Yeah, where are the shorts? Some people are kind of wondering how you get to these. If I can find it, I'll share my screen here. Okay, here, let me share my screen so I can show you guys kind of what's going on. Share screen. God, hopefully. It's the Amazon one. Chrome tab. Here we go. Hopefully I don't get in trouble for this. I'm just trying to show you guys where the bonus content. Can you guys see that? Hopefully you can see that. Again, we have Sir Matt will be in here in a second. I got our banner back there and ready to go. So, oh yeah, so we had, okay, right here. So it looks like it's Saidin Saidar Stone. Don't know, I have not seen it yet. And we're not going to click on it just yet here. These are the shorts though, under bonus content. So if you're in the episode, like I am right here, if you're in the episode, you can go down to bonus content and then come right over here and you can find these original stories. And I don't want to get in any trouble for showing anything there, even though that was just like 1 second. I don't want to risk it. There we go. So that looks cool. I have not seen that yet. So if you guys have comments on that, leave them and we'll come back and do something on that as well. So, yes, thank you guys. X-ray. Thank you. Yeah, it's weird that I thought, oh my God, Kyle, I'm with you. I'm 100% with you. I was shocked. Like, she comes over and talks to Nynaeve and she's somewhat persuasive, right? It's interesting what she says about Moraine and Blues and the Blue Aja. You already can feel that the animosity between Blues and Reds, which I think is good. And then just her wanting to persuade folks to kind of maybe take out low game beforehand and just do this. But again, they're also building up the Armerlin too. They're building up the Armerlin. Swan's gonna be a big deal. Like, the law, you can't break the law, and they all just did. They did, but again, it was because their life was in danger, right? And that's in the taking of him. They gentled him. I don't know how that's going to go down. Let's see. Starting. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Got to start the episode first. Was saying, yeah. God. All right. As Matt's about to come in here, if you guys want to leave us just your favorite moment. So if you could pick one favorite moment, and people are gonna be like, obviously it's the end, right? I mean, I don't know. Like, was there a favorite line, maybe even some dialogue or something, just something that stood out to you guys? Leave us a comment, and we're gonna pop it up here and feature it as he gets ready to come on the show, and we're gonna make some videos. The comments, by the way, I got to say thank you to everyone, because the comments on these live hangouts have been wonderful. And then the comments on the videos, guys, there are some really, really good comments on our videos that we want to feature because they're so good in terms of Dark Friends, Layla, Dana. I thought some of the stuff was really good there. People talking about Rafe and what he's had to do with decision making. All those things have been awesome. So yeah, those have been great. All right. And what the acting, by the way, I said this in the first 3 episodes. I thought the acting was fantastic. Let me skip down here and see some of these comments. The acting was, again, great. More Lan. Can we get more Lan? Because Lan was awesome. Yeah. Oh, Barney Harris looked absolutely insane. Yeah. Again, I'll bring all these back up again with Matt, but yes, he looked insane. He did a great job. Again, the acting is wonderful. It's different though, right? The way we're seeing this, instead of seeing the paranoia, we're actually seeing a visual representation of Mashadar and Shadar Logoth. The same creepy black is coming out of his mouth, which is, I think, to help fans understand that where he was poisoned, where that came from is that place. You know what I mean? So also Tom is so intuitive too. He's looking at Matt, seeing him pull the dagger, and Rand then knowing how to kind of handle the whole situation. Yeah. Let's see. God. So at several moments during the episode, I got chills. Got absolute chills. And speaking of the old tongue, even when I hear it read in the audiobook, Michael Kramer and those guys going through, Kate Redding, his wife, reading some of that stuff, it was just fantastic. So to hear that was awesome. And then to get the interpretation and then more of a connection between Lan and her was unreal. All right. Guess it's just amazing. Right. Yeah. Cass is amazing. Okay. Gosh, guys, I think we're all on the same. Yeah, Matt, to to drive home that he was sick, he's actually literally vomiting, as Stephanie said in that. Was that the, and help me out here, friends, were they at the Grinwell farm? I don't know if Els was there, if that was supposed to be, they're killed by a fade. So if that was them, I just wondered if there were more of them, or did one of them already go to the White Tower? Who was it in the book? Els Grinwell, maybe? But I thought that was the Grinwells, supposed to be. I think when we were looking at castings, I thought that one of them was cast as a Grinwell. So yeah, I need to watch each episode multiple times to catch everything. This is what I mean. I think they're doing a great job of trying to, the subtleties, showing us the dragon's fang in blood, showing the darkness in blood, showing dream sequences where stuff's going on in the dream, trying to interpret that is good. There's tons of little things, tons of artifacts. I am still trying. I was trying to come up with a theory on this, I don't know if it's been said out there anywhere, but the Aiel item, the item that Matt took off the Aiel, that stone, is that from Rudion? Is that a special stone? Is it something that's going to be important? Matt now has it. And what does that mean? So let's see. Yeah, I think it is the Grinwells. Okay, cool. I think so. You know what I love about Amazon is you can, like, and I was doing it a couple times. I didn't do it for that scene to see whether it was the Grimwells or not. It was the Warders. I was trying to figure out like who's who, their names and stuff. Kind of cool. Amazon, can you move your mouse over the screen? It'll show you, who's who, which is great. Let's see. Yeah, and Els was in the tower and then impersonated, right, by you know who. So that's interesting. Right, yeah, she must be in the tower. That's what I'm thinking, because that didn't seem like, I don't know, not that you have to have her, but I mean, why not? So, yeah, she's probably already in the tower or something. Yeah, X-ray is dope. Yep. Agreed. Showrunners know what they are doing. They want everyone, including us. I am, you know what? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I get like, I know they're not going to go full on that route, but I mean, I love what they're doing. I love it a lot, actually. So I'm surprised. It's got me surprised as a book reader. It's got me hyped. It's got me excited because I think we're intelligent. We're smart enough that we can separate the two and say, okay, this is a show. This is it's going to be different. They have the opportunity, and Rafe said this, to show us things that weren't seen in the books that Robert Jordan, thought about or alludes to. And you've got people saying, yeah, he had notes on this stuff. He has tons of other ideas, cliff notes, and ideas that he maybe wanted to put into the series, but he couldn't. I mean, this man had all sorts of stuff that he had to cut out. As these volumes, they still gave him 14 volumes. He couldn't. Well, sorry, with Brandon Sanderson, when he tried to finish the series, right? It was supposed to be one volume. And it's 3 freaking books. It's crazy. So yeah, there's an opportunity, I think, to show us more, and different parts of the world and how they stack up against Rand and Rand's story and our Taviran. Yes, so they said Helga Grinwell as the girl. Okay. Helga. All right. Oh my God. Yeah, when Matt, oh my God. I forgot about that. That is the problem, Stephanie, that we are having. Matt has figured out a few things. So we are going to have to, like, again, with so much in the series, Matt he's only read up through, for sure, Fires of Heaven. Get that up there for you guys. Look at that cover, by the way. Freaking awesome. But he's into Lord of Chaos now. I know he's read the prologue. He might even be a quarter of the way through Lord of Chaos, because we're going to pick back up in the podcast with that. But isn't a book reader? No, it's fine. Guys, it's totally fine. And I am the one who's going to like be looking through a lot of the comments and pulling up ones that are good. So if something spoiler, and again, it's perfect, put it in, because other people who are readers of the series, they're going to come in and look at it. And he's fine. He's been fine. And the show's different. I mean, the other thing is I can say to him is the show's different. You still got to read the books. Still got to read all of them and finish it. He's definitely going to, which I'm excited for. Every time he gets going, and it's like he just started Lord of Chaos, and he's freaking out. Matt is freaking out about this. So yeah. Yeah. Tossing these up here. No, do not worry about this. I want them, because for me, I'm a veteran book reader. I've read the series a couple times, and even now, since we started the podcast, I've read it through once and then twice again. I love the series, and I'm really excited to talk more about the spoilers and think about where stuff's going to go with the show. The nice thing is too, we wanted to get far enough ahead that we were in book 6 now. We're in book 6, so he can talk a lot about these things. The thing with Logain, though, that's interesting, is that I've had to hold back a little bit on Logain's arc. So don't hesitate to put some of that stuff down in the comments here, because I'll see it. He won't look at it, and I'll just kind of, we knew this was going to be a thing, so it's totally fine. Yeah, I had to delete a comment, Stephanie. Oh my gosh. Hey, also, by the way, friends, we do have a Facebook group, which, I mean, just depending on the interest, we've got a Facebook group you guys can check out. We've also got a Twitter. The Twitter is more active. The Instagram, I'm sorry, it's not as active over there. But Twitter of Time is where it's at. So you can follow us on Twitter at the Horn of Valir. Just put that in here. I bet Matt is freaking out over this episode. I bet he is losing his absolute mind. And he's going to lose his mind when he gets in here. So let's see. I'm going to say, well, we had 50 people in here. Wow. Holy smokes. That's awesome. Okay. Keep reminding myself that this is a show we're going to be doing. Okay. Yeah. Good point. Enjoy it. Here's the thing. I also run a podcast called An Unexpected Podcast, Talking Tolkien, and the new Amazon show that's coming up with that. Again, it's just the second age. There's not much for that. But I mean, that was its own interpretation. And again, it's done in movies. There's a lot less content. It's three novels, 3 books, meant to be kind of 6, I guess. But yeah, it's like, what are you going to do? You have to make some adaptations, and you have to make some cuts and changes, alterations. So I'm glad so far that they've kept the spirit of these characters, and it just feels good. Oh my God, Stephanie, you're killing me. Feels like me and my money. Oh, okay. All right, so Sean Love here. Yeah, okay. Everything hit so far except for the battle at the end of episode 4. Feels like me and my buddies decided to go shoot. Again, this is all the stuff too. I think, hearing these comments, not terrible. Again, I always say sprinkle in some of the good. I like this because everything's hitting, but we're not feeling that battle scene. And some other folks mentioned too that they weren't really sure about the CGI and stuff. Those are all things that I think are good, honest reviews. People not just trying to come in and completely, take the good with the bad and then share that with the showrunner and the team and well, they'll make improvements. Season 2, the budget maybe goes up, maybe season 3, even more, depending on what how well we do with season 1. So let's see. Yeah. Okay. I think to question whether he might be. Yeah, good stuff. Yep. Let's see. Mention the farmer. Yeah, thank you. Right here. This is a good comment. We did. Gosh, that was wild. I thought it was really cool. Just that little connection to a Hero of the Horn. So I was all over that. I thought that was really interesting that she was, there in doll form. Got her earlier than we thought we were going to get her name drop. So, and I really thought too we'd have Tom Maryland. He does tell us a great story with Owen, but I thought we would get more of the Heroes of the Horn, or we would hear more about him naming false dragons or whatever, kind of like in the ends. And I think we'll get this, unless he's dead, unless Tom just sacrificed himself and died there. Yeah, which could be a thing. So no, it's not a thing. Sorry, just kidding. Yeah. Okay, not great. Yeah. Yeah, I felt a little different. I wasn't really sure. You didn't really get a good the scope. I mean, we just saw people running. I think they were trying to keep it kind of confined because there wasn't like a lot of people. It didn't feel like his army was huge and vast. And you had, I think they said seven Aes Sedai could keep off that whole army, and they needed to get back to Loghain. So yeah. Yeah. Right. Gosh. Oh, is starting to lose his voice. I had I've been sick. Well, not sick, but I don't know. Last couple of days I've had something. The voice. Let's let it ride again on the winds of time here for just a little bit longer. All right. If you're new, if you just popped in, you haven't commented yet, feel free to leave us a comment. Let your thoughts on the show, what you think, all that good stuff.
There he is.
Holy smokes.
Wow.
I know. Hey, check your mic too. I think
oh no.
No, you're good. Make sure it's the right one. Guys, Matt's in the house. Matt is in the house. And we're counting down on the go time. He might have to back out.
1 second here. Sorry.
Yeah, let him come back in. Let the microphone ride again on the winds of time. By the way, I'm loving that freaking sweater. I don't know if you guys saw that, but
there we go.
Yeah, someone said this. Oh my God.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Before we really get going here, first of all, wow, there's a lot of people in here. Welcome all.
Yeah.
So many thoughts. But let me just really quickly, can I tell you guys the story of how we even got here today? As at one point, I was unloading the dishwasher last night, and I sort of was like walking around the dishwasher, and I sort of nicked my ankle. I'm pretty sure I broke my ankle, man. It has been throbbing for 2 days. Like, if you ever just do that where you're flying around the house and you just sort of catch a corner or something, like, man, I hit my ankle. Wow. Dude. I can use some of Nynaeve's healing power right now. Let me tell you, because it's freaking killing me. Okay.
God, dude.
Second of all, they dropped. I feel like was the episode were the episodes last week dropped at 4, or were they dropped? Well, I'm on Pacific time. Were they dropped at 4 or were they dropped at 5? I think it was 4, but I think I remember I got off work early. So anyhow, yeah,
I don't.
Then
remember.
I'm at Thanksgiving dinner, and everyone's like, "Oh, well, let's all." I'm like, "Guys, I gotta go." They're like, "Well, let's all watch it."
Oh,
talking, asking questions. Never.
My.
No, it was fun. It was fun, but it was just anywho.
Right.
Guys, we're gonna get going here in literally 1 second here and get this whole thing firing on all cylinders. As I'm gonna press record on my Audacity.
Press record, but hold on. My voice is fading fast. Let me go get a drink.
Wow.
I've been waiting for Matt to get here so I could go get a drink.
Here we go, guys.
What do you got there? You got something tasty.
I have a mango hard seltzer from Costco, which is the Kirkland brand, which for those of you guys who do like White Claws or whatever, true story, you can get these cheaper and more. So I kind of prefer them.
Let's go.
To say the least.
Friends, first of all, also happy Thanksgiving. Let us know what you're eating, what you're drinking down in the comments. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab us a drink.
Wow, guys, let me see here. Enjoyed this one a lot, particularly like the way the fade moved, especially when it caught the knife. Yeah, not gonna lie, that was absolutely insane. Insane. Let me look at the chat here. What have you guys been saying? What do you guys think of the episode? Do you think it was great? Tom telling Rand Matt might be channeling. Yeah, so let me tell you guys something. I will say this again. As an Eric, when he comes back, we're gonna just do our little podcast intro just for recording purposes, because we will turn this whole thing into, or what was just going to be our discussion, into a podcast. So if it sounds like we're starting over, it's fine. And then I don't know how. I think, do we just hit record? How does that work?
What's up?
To record the next segment.
Oh, we're good. We're just gonna let it run. It's good. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna stay.
Then you'll turn on your Zoom, and I'll turn on my Audacity. And so we're just gonna do our little podcast intro here, and then just go back to what we were doing. But it's just sort of for recording purposes because it makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, oh totally. That way I can go through and find it, and I can see.
Yeah, and we won't have to like turn the stream off and turn it back on. So
and we still want to interact with everyone too. Yeah. So
absolutely. It's a live. It's the whole deal. Nothing's really changing other than we're gonna take about 3 minutes here just to do a podcast intro. And then everything else will be continuing. So I am recording on my Audacity as.
Okay. And I'm recording. I've been recording on my Zoom right there.
Hello and welcome to Heroes with a Horn, a Wheel of Time podcast. I am Sir Matt.
And I am Sir Ezra, the voiceless or the fading voice, however you want to call it. It's going quickly. I could use, as you said earlier, some of that naive healing.
As I am here, man, and I can hear it in the voice or the lack thereof. It's almost like your voice, my friend, has been gentled.
Oh,
just like low gain. Wow.
Oh.
What a fantastic episode. And let me tell you guys something. So I just watched this. I know we're in this live stream. I just jumped in. Yes. And we were doing this live here on YouTube as well. Absolutely. Drink some gravy. Why? Because it's Thanksgiving. Okay. And you know what I'm thankful for? I am thankful that we have this Wheel of Time show. I'm thankful that we have a lot of people in here watching live, hanging out.
Yeah.
It is all great. I'm thankful I get to talk with my good buddy Ez about the Wheel of Time. So let me tell you, as just quick little recap of what we saw in this week's episode. We start off with Logain in Gale Dawn, as we call it now, per the show, Gale Dawn. I thought the opening scene was awesome. Just a little, we see the dagger I love that they showed us more of the corruption of the male half. I liked that some of the lore we got this episode was that being explained. A lot of interesting stuff. Now I know the majority of this focus was sort of on Logain and the Aes Sedai, that group, Nynaeve and Moraine, but I did like that we jumped around a little bit. The Perrin Egwene section with the Tinkers, Perrin using the hammer. We're already beginning the hammer and the hammer and the axe. Rand and Matt, we're beginning to see Matt's sickness, and I gotta say, I really like and appreciate the way they're doing it, where he's almost like coughing up this like darkness, this like dark energy, whatever you want to call it. Loved the episode overall, and we'll dive into everybody's comments here and everything here in a second. Where does this stack up for you, Ez? For me, I don't know, man. So far, I genuinely like all 4 episodes.
Yes.
This might be my second favorite. Like, none of the episodes I think are bad whatsoever. So I would say I think this is my second favorite. I think episode 3 is my favorite still so far. Just tons of fun, right? In that episode I thought the Dark Friend was great, everything. So I think I like this one probably the second most because it's a little, I like the drama. I'm here for the drama. Just like, on TNT, right? We are the drama.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And so I like the way we did lore and everything. Like we got to see the male side of the power. But let me tell you something pretty interesting is I was watching this. Normally I watch episodes by myself, nobody around, but we were over at Thanksgiving dinner and my fiance Teresa, right, her stepmom has been watching it and she was talking to me about it. And of course she knows literally nothing about the books, is only
Right.
watching the show. They all believe that Nynaeve is the dragon. So I
Let's
think
go. It's
I really
working.
think it is working. I think sometimes we need, again, this is one of the things we talk about, which is once you've read the books, and like I would say that the majority of people in this stream watching, right, and everything, we're like the hardcore book group, right?
Mhm.
We're all hardcore book group and everything. So sometimes we sort of view things like I'm viewing this right now, and I'm like, I swear, as I literally was thinking to myself, I was like, I swear to God, if they make Nynaeve the dragon, I might go burn down Jeff Bezos' house. Okay, like,
Yeah.
because I'm like that is extreme. That is too far. But then I sort of, I was thinking about it, and I think that the way they're doing this is really cool, especially for people who don't know anything about it, because they're wondering. They need that. So this is, the thing that made Game of Thrones so great was nobody knew how it was going to end. And that's what built the excitement,
Right.
because the books, I know we can trash the books and we're Game of Thrones guys, but you can look at it and say the books not being out is what built all the suspense, because nobody knew what was going to happen. Well, this is a story where we have everything out. And so how do you build that suspense? And
Mhm.
I think you do it by saying, who is the dragon? So for the people who haven't seen it right now, they're all like, oh, I think Nynaeve's the dragon,
Right. And
which
that
is
is a
cool.
yes,
It's a cool
which
way to
is
do it.
Matt, I said this, if you're a book reader and you're a fan of the series and somebody comes up to you, let's say you're a bitter book, you're a purist and you're bitter at the
Yes.
show right now, and someone comes up to you on Monday and says, "Man, who this show, right? Like it's awesome." That's your opportunity to say, "All right, if you like this, right, the books are awesome. Come with me, take them under your wing, and then turn that frown upside down and say, let's talk about this." And I mean, somebody said earlier in the comments that they're a book reader, but they love being surprised. This
Yes.
show still has surprises for book readers, and they're not taking away from the spirit of the series. It's still the spirit
Right.
is in the characters, and it's there. My God, it's there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the way they're doing it is one of the things that we've talked about on our podcast is as we're still going through the books, right? We for those of you, especially a lot of guys, we have a lot of people in here tonight. What Ez and I ultimately do is we're going through the books, and we're covering the show as well. And so it's my first read. So I'm at about, we just finished book 5. I'm in book 6. Just starting book 6, and it feels like it takes quite a bit of time to start getting their sort of powers and things going. And I loved actually the way they did Nynaeve. Nynaeve gets like super upset, hulks out, as I sometimes say. I
Mhm.
sometimes joke that Nynaeve is the Hulk, because when she gets angry, that's
Yeah,
when her power explodes. And I think
yeah.
what we're going to realize is all of these characters are 5 characters, right? Our Emmenfield 5. You want to get
Mhm.
they
Yeah.
are all crazy powerful. That doesn't mean they're the dragon, because there's only one
Mhm.
dragon. But I think you'll begin to see, that a lot of these characters are crazy power. I mean, we haven't even, just think about this. They just showed you how strong Nynaeve is, right? At
Let's
least just
go.
booming into her power.
Yep.
We saw Rand with the door,
Yep.
and they're talking about how it's like a fraction of the power. So first of all, if that's sort of a little bit of Nynaeve's power coming out, just wait until you see Egwene's power come out, okay?
Right?
And then just wait until you see Rand's power come out. It's like,
Yeah. Yeah, and dude, Matt, that's the thing. I think there's opportunity there to kind of so Moraine is confused. The Dark One, they have this conversation like Land comes in, is he the dragon? He's not the right age. They're talking about Logain. Doesn't seem right. Not, what happens if the Red Aja gentles the dragon before we can get to him? Then, man, so they're confused. We're confused. And I just think this is great. Like, you have this sort of back and forth where we don't know. They don't know. So every time someone shows off their powers, now Moraine and the group is going to be like, okay, it's this person. Logain now thinks what he thinks. Logain's looking, saying like, oh my God, this is, you know, this is it. This is who I
Yeah,
should follow. Also, Matt, real quick, one more thing on the confusion aspect and the idea of the dragon. We were talking about it in here earlier during the live stream. There is this idea remember how I asked you, have there been female dragons in the past who proclaim themselves? Well,
probably.
right? And what they did today, the voices that Logain was hearing, male and female voices that he said were other versions of the dragon that were helping move him. Now, we know it's the corruption. We get all of that. But in his mind, he believed that at one point there could have been a female dragon because he heard a female
Yes.
dragon's voice. You know what I mean? So in the history and the lore, it's there. I'm okay with it. I get people might be a little upset about it, but it is what it is. I think it's fine.
The simple fact that we like the simple fact that we actually get to talk right now about the idea that they're actually causing general confusion about who is the dragon is something that means to me that the show, that to me, yes, that is definitely somewhat of a departure of the books, but that is something for a television adaptation that will have longer lasting success.
Yeah.
And that's what this ultimately is. It's a TV adaptation. I know a lot of book purists have been really sort of upset by it. And I get that. I mean, there are people that don't like the Lord of the Rings trilogy because they say like it was too big of a departure from the books. As a comic book fan myself, nothing departs things more than comic books. I mean, my God, it's like, go look at all of the different, we've had 3 Spider-Man, right? We've had 3 different tellings of Spider-Man's origin story, and they're done differently. And, Superman, Batman, they've all been done differently.
My God.
I mean,
Yeah.
I could make an argument that the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe shouldn't even count because the X-Men aren't part of it. So they were literally limited by not being able to use Spider-Man for a good majority of it. They haven't used the X-Men at all, unless you sort of count, Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, whatever. But they still made $1 billion franchise,
Right.
and one of the greatest movies of all time. So it's going to be different than the books. But so far, as I'm loving it, man. I'm loving all of it.
I know.
This episode was great, and I think it's also a great mid-season. This is the middle of the season. Remember, we're now halfway through, and so far to me, it feels promising, and it feels like I can't wait to see what this looks like 2 to 3 seasons in. Once we get things sort of going.
Yeah, and I said this earlier too. I think like to hear Rafe come out, the showrunner, and say, guys, I wanted a 2-hour opener. I wanted 10 episodes. I fought for the Song of Manetheren, to stay in, to have that moment. He's fighting for these moments that he thinks are gonna help book readers and purists to get to the show and really love it. And I don't know when you want to bring this up, but I want to bring up one. I had to scroll way back here and
there's I did see one, and I want to find it here to give credit to whoever said it, but somebody said yes, there were a few little, just real quick, and we'll go to like the big stuff. There were a few things that I definitely thought was funny that you would only get if you were a book reader. Like, one was the difference of like dogs versus cats, right, in the White Tower, and another one is the way Leandrin says like Nynaeve. She specifically says her name wrong, which is totally a like shout out to the book people. Totally something. So there's definitely little fan service, but it still sort of works. Everything. So you can go into, we can start going into some deeper things here, because there's a lot, and we'll be here for a bit.
Yeah. So, okay. I had folks, and you guys, as you're coming in here, feel free to leave us a comment and let us know your favorite thought, something you want us to focus on.
And real quick, if Forever's in here, we got 70 people in here, which is absolutely insane to even think about. But you guys could all do us a favor and like that smash button, or smash that like button, because it does helps boost the
get more folks in
YouTube algorithm. So we could always appreciate that. A donation for the Gleeman, really.
Oh my God, that's all it is. That's all it is. But appreciate that. And then also, friends, we do a live chat with our patrons too, which we'll do a live stream later this weekend for patrons. But with that, Matt, holy smokes. There are too many moments to cover. I actually have a doc that I pulled up over here. I wrote down some stuff before you got in here. Like a couple things we're going to go over. The way I'm going to list off all of these and we can go in any order. It doesn't matter. The way of the leaf, the emotions, the things that were said, Isla, Rain, Aram, all of it was fantastic. I've good connections there. We've got Rand's dream sequence. We've got Matt's sickness, Brigette's Silverbow, Matt as
lost it.
Lost it, right? Lost it. Matt as a caretaker and some of the stuff that he has going on there. Tom's connection to his nephew, Owen. I said that I think it is Owen.
Yep.
Pretty sure. Yep. The Red Aja have been out gentling men, Matt, without a trial. By the light that is, what is going on? You've got the Green Aja, the connections with their warders. Aes Sedai in the old tongue means servant. How does that make you feel? And Nynaeve asked them. It makes them feel proud, Matt, proud that they are with their Aes Sedai. So many things. I brought up one earlier too, was just the connection between Nynaeve and Lan. I mean, that was for me.
It's the beginning.
That was one of the biggest takeaways. It got me when she prayed with him, and it was the last thing her parents said to her. Was the last thing. Malkier reference, King, Queen.
I genuinely love the way they are doing world building in this show so far. And I remember seeing something, maybe it was an IGN article or something, where they were talking about how like they really had to fight to get that Manetheren song in there in episode 2. I really love the way they are doing the world building and sort of explaining the history and everything. And it's so cool because it's like our Emmenfield 5, right? They'll say something and then it's Lan and Moraine are always caught off guard by it.
Yeah.
How do you even know that? Right. Which is interesting because that does happen in the books. Now it happens at different places and different times, but again, that spirit of the books is there. And I like that it's happening. And I really love the way they did it this week with Nynaeve praying and talking about how it's the last thing that her parents did for her. And that's sort of what the whole prayer is about.
Matt, the connection I made.
It was great.
It was wonderful. And I can't speak the freaking old tongue, although it sounds like, maybe if I conjured up enough of this phlegm, I might be able to. We shall go into the land so our children can always hold us and will never be alone. That is what the interpretation is that Lan gives to her. We shall go into the land so our children can always hold us and will never be alone. There's actually a full circle connection, because this is the Wheel of Time, a full circle connection back to the Way of the Leaf, where Isla says when the leaf falls, right, it goes to the soil. It helps the soil. I mean, it helps other things grow, right? It can be like it's this whole kind of cyclical thing that I think is really cool and interesting. I don't know, man.
Yeah. And I will say, I was trying to remember. Yeah, this episode, by the way, was the episode that was written by Dave Hill, who did episodes for Game of Thrones. He wrote a few episodes. He did about 4 episodes of Game of Thrones. And again, I think the pacing in this episode was probably the best pacing, the jumping back and forth. But I think this is what the majority of the show actually going forward will look like now that we're all separated and we're all going to be going on our own adventures. And once, we'll meet back up, but as we know in the books, they'll continue to sort of get spread out. And so I think they did a really, really good job with that. I absolutely loved this episode. And I know a lot of people, Brigitte always, YouTube comment here, Dragon Down. Brigitte always wanted to see the world. So great. And a lot of the people in the chat are saying, by the way, that this was a lot of people's favorite episode so far. So here's a great comment here. David Jones, I found it difficult to accept how anybody would follow the Way of the Leaf in the books. The explanation here, tying it to reincarnation and the wheel was great. And I will agree with that, and I'll also say I like that they're beginning to explain the wheel a little bit more and just how it sort of works, and like the dragon has been born again and all of this stuff. So overall, I mean, where does this episode rate for you?
Right now it's number 1 for me. Right, and I get it, and that's probably just me coming right out. It just, whatever you wanna call it, just saw it. So, episode number 1 was my favorite before this. I also liked 3, but episode 1 got me. I mean, it was, like, emotional, the whole thing, but this for me was my favorite episode so far, and it had so much. It is so jam-packed. You cannot say that that there was wasting screen time or dialogue or
No,
opportunities.
no.
It is jammed packed with good information, hidden gems for book readers, stuff that helps non-book readers come in and say, "What the heck is this? And who is the dragon? Was that her?" Moraine's confused, Land's confused, the whole thing. It's all there. Like the doll is a big deal. Matt, that was the Grinwell farm they were at. We were trying to confirm that later. That was Els
Yeah.
Grinwell, we were saying probably is off at the tower, and that was her family that just got killed. Now that's gonna be an emotional thing later. They're setting up stuff later. Els is at the tower. They're setting this up.
Yeah.
So
It was great. It was great. And it's a little different, right? It's a little different because Tom Maryland is there. So Tom talking about Owen, right? That's been shifted a
oh,
little bit,
yeah.
right? But it works. This is one of the things we've talked about where we said I genuinely feel like we know this. They're going to move stuff around. I like that we got backstory on Logain, right? I like that we get to
Yes.
see him and Galeon as right
Yeah.
as they call it now. And now I can stop saying Birgitte Silverbow. It's Birgitta officially. Because in
Is
the
it
audiobook,
Brigida? Okay.
in the audiobook, I feel like they go back and forth
Right.
sometimes, but
Brigida.
I'm pretty sure they said it as Birgitta Silverbow.
Yeah.
So now
Yeah.
so
Good.
we can
I like that.
so now we can officially put that one right, put that one to rest. But yeah, the Brigida doll got me a little misty. I thought it was great. And it was a cool way, again, that's foreshadowing, that's world building. Everything they're doing, man. And some people are saying here, Mike says here, I feel the episodes have progressively gotten better, and that's where I'm at too. I genuinely feel like every episode is getting better and better, and I'm just more and more getting sucked into this TV adaptation.
Yeah. No, I am as well. And let me go back to something you said. The Way of the Leaf. When I first read the book series, I was with Perrin. Like, why? Why would anybody believe in this? It is beyond this life. It is a turning of the wheel. It is for ages to come. I mean, that was the whole thing. Matt, when she said, "Oh my God," and you guys, if you have any dialogue or lines or quotes in the live chat, please put them in here. Because when she said she wanted revenge, but the best way to get revenge with violence was peace.
That was great.
I can't
and the other cool thing about it is knowing what we know a little bit further in the books when you learn the origin of the Tinkers, right? And their connection to their past. To me, that even made that, which I won't spoil here, but that made that even more awesome because we know where the Tinkers come from in the books, and their connection and their connection to a certain group. I was almost like, wow, because the other group is such the opposite way, right?
Yeah.
And that's so it's like, no, we sort of the fact that it's the other way around. We fight sort of violence with love, like in a different way. It's because sometimes you hear that and you're like, okay, get these hippies out of here, or whatever.
Right,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
Like, but the way she explained it as this, like, what better way,
it
was great.
It was an
great.
extreme. It's because it's an extreme way of life. Even though it's this pacifist lifestyle, it is the complete opposite to a very extreme form of like violence. So it was just to show.
And she said it too. Yeah, I got a comment here. I don't want to put the whole comment up, just 'cause I don't want to spoil the whole thing. But yeah, she's how they pulled out the spear, right? Was the cool. That was definitely a great there. So shout out to Sean who put that in there. Yeah, super awesome way of doing that. And exactly. Some of the Tinkers are pulling on Perrin in a big way, especially after what he's been through. And her going through the weapons, right? An axe. And then she knew, you had something with the axe. And then she sort of asks him, and like, what did that do for you?
Exactly, man. It brought nothing. Like, again, had that not have come, like his wife would still be here maybe. We don't know whether the child thing, we don't really know what was going on there, but man, yeah, whole life was cut short because of it, and someone near and dear and precious to him, and he is reeling with that. I mean, every episode I'm watching Perrin just and I'm like, "Oh my god." Like, don't forget that that happened. Like, it's just it's with him every step of his journey, and it's just yeah, wild. While we're on the Tinkers, real quick. So Aram, Matt, when he says so his story, what I was telling folks, we know where Matt's at, and Matt's we again, this is a good point here. Aram later on in the series, you know this. He and I'm sorry, this is spoiler. I marked the whole episode, this whole thing as a spoiler because he picks up that sword later on. Right now,
Yes.
he says the wind blows some leaves, right? It's like the wind blows some of them out. A lot of them return and come back, but who is he to fight against the wind if it blows him to this other path? There was so many the dialogue and the writing in it was just so good. It was so good.
It was fantastic, man. I'm gonna have to I have to watch it again because I was watching it with people talking and all this
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
Also, let me say something really quick. So this was something I noticed, just sort of on the CG, right? Because I know
Yeah.
sometimes we've said things about it. I watched today's episode on a normally I watch it on my I've been watching it on my monitor or I have a projector. And today I watched it on like a 4K TV. And you know how sometimes 4K TVs will like over analyze or it can sort of do like the upscaling stuff where like sometimes you watch old movies and they feel weird,
Sure.
right? Because the way it sort of how it processes it, that's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
I'll say I watched it today and I was like, the CG feels weird and looks like off. Like the scene in the scene in the woods.
Yeah.
I was like, this looks like low budget and everything. But then I
Really.
was like,
Yeah.
I was sometimes when you watch stuff on like on 4K TVs, it will do that depending on the thing where sometimes it overanalyzes stuff. And
Yeah.
I've often felt that sometimes it actually you can lose a little bit of the artistic fidelity in it
Mhm.
by sort of over processing things. And so just so for some of the people that have sort of had issues with the CGI and stuff, I'd say try watching on like a different monitor or something like that because I noticed that this episode, and that's the first time I've watched it on a TV
Mhm.
as opposed to like a
Felt
monitor or whatever. And sometimes I'm just saying I've noticed that when you watch like old movies on a 4K TV, it's like something's going on here. It feels weird.
yeah, and honestly, there were other comments earlier from folks who said, it felt like a CW battle scene. But what's nice and what I'm liking about these comments is that it's that's not the end of their comment, which is still they're carried away by the story. They're so
Right.
caught up in the dialogue and the action that it didn't take them out of it. You know what I mean? They noticed it because I don't really have an eye for that kind of thing. I mean, that's something Matt
Yeah,
notices a
I
lot.
do.
Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm definitely, somebody where it's like I
yeah, you're a
game. I,
visual. Yeah,
I'm
you
a
can.
gamer, right? I'm a
Yeah,
gamer, so it's like trust me, I can tell you the difference between 24 frames a second, 30 frames a second, 60 frames, like
right,
all that,
right.
1440p versus 4K
Oh
and then
God.
even certain monitors have different kind of like color palettes and all this stuff and
We've let the freaking dark one out here, and Matt, he's
right. So no, I'm just saying
yeah,
it is definitely yeah, it is something that sometimes so I'm saying some people who may have had issues with the way it looked, now I get what they're saying because I watched it on a different format than I have before, so I can certainly see
yeah,
the argument there. So
yeah. I wanted to real quickly, Matt, if you don't mind, I'm gonna pull up a couple
go right
comments
ahead.
here. So, Marcus Rutherford plays Perrin, and I thought this was really important because he does not
Great.
have a whole lot of lines, but what he's doing with his body language, his demeanor, eye gaze, all of that, and the direction on it is probably just fantastic. Like whoever's directing this episode, I forget who it is. Awesome. There's so much that they're conveying in his body language, and he's just doing a great job. And yeah, he is absolutely a genius in his role. He has the least amount of lines of anyone and is among the most powerful of the entire cast in terms of his acting and just what he's conveying to the audience. Like every time he's on screen, I'm just like, are you okay? Like I'm like a
Right.
Egwene, like give him a hug. I'm just so worried about him.
Yeah. And man, let me just say really quick too. One of the other things I really loved about this episode is the way they are beginning, the way they started to explain the warders, the different Ajas, right?
Oh god, we got to talk about that. Yeah.
And they began to explain the warder connection with the Aes Sedai, which actually worked for two things here.
Mm-hmm.
One, it worked because we see an Aes Sedai die, and so we begin to get that. And then also we see, wow, looks like some of the Aes Sedai are with their
Intimate.
warders, intimate. Yes. And so then that's interesting because then Nynaeve sort of asks, she's like, wait, are the three of them? And then he kind of looks at her and smirks, and then Lan's like, well, maybe I should go.
Yeah.
And so then I think we get to see Nynaeve be like, oh, maybe they are like intimate together. And then we are already beginning to get a little bit of the Nynaeve Lan relationship. So it was really interesting because you introduce it here, and then it actually allows you to create and sort of lift these other storylines up, multiple storylines by doing it here. So I think it's great for the middle of the season. Now, real quick, mega change here. I mean, you want to talk about total departure from the books.
Yeah.
In no segment of the books does Logain like murder everyone and is saved by Nynaeve. So big departure. But again, I thought it was cool because I was like,
I loved it. I freaking loved it.
Think about where we're at now, as we're in. I'm gonna be honest. We just finished book 5, right?
Yeah.
Of 13, right? Yeah, 13 plus New Spring. We just finished book 5. Nynaeve hasn't even become close to that powerful yet in the books.
Yeah,
I know she'll get there, but
yeah,
I think the way they're doing some of the speeding stuff up, I'm fine with.
Right. So, and Matt, what they do in the books is they often say it's dialogue. It's this Aes Sedai saying
14 total. Is it? Yeah. Is it 14 plus New Spring, or is it 13 plus New Spring? Which would,
I think it's 14. Yeah. But what the Aes Sedai typically say, oh, she's stronger than anyone in the tower, or this person's stronger than this person. It's typically done in dialogue, or when someone's channeling, there's commentary on that channeling. Now, for us, we need to see it.
Total.
For the audience, they need to see it. So to show her do something that like other Aes Sedai, like Karina Nagashi, had difficulty shielding Logain and then healing Moiraine. So and she's this very powerful member. And it's like, okay, now Nynaeve comes in and does something in an emotional, angry moment. Like Leandrin almost burns herself out. Did you see the glowing around her face?
That was really cool.
She almost again, what does that look like? Can you burn yourself out completely? Can you bring in so much of the one power that you just burn it out of you? I didn't know what that would look like. They showed us that. It's talked about all the time in the books. I don't know if we actually ever see anybody do it in the books. I can't remember, but by God, she almost does. And we got to see it. So we need that.
Well, it actually does a few things, because we've already seen, so far we've already seen Moiraine use like all the power she can, right? I mean, she's wrecking Trollocs in the first episode. And then we sort of see Lan talk about like, she's like, you can't go on, basically, type of thing, like explaining to her like, we need to get out of here. And she's like, light, give me strength. So the fact that we see Moiraine in episode 1 do like some pretty crazy stuff with the power. I mean, she literally tears down a building, right? You're showing like just how powerful these people are. Then in this episode, we're seeing Moiraine and Leandrin and everybody fight this army and also sort of hold down Logain.
Yeah.
So by doing that, you're showing just how powerful they are. I think you're really building the Aes Sedai up to be powerful, but also at the same time show their sort of limitations. So to then have Nynaeve do what she did, it's like, okay, now you're really beginning to set up the idea that the Emondfield 5 is very special and very powerful. And I ultimately feel like that's the way it's going to go, where I think what they're doing is they're setting up the Emondfield 5 to just seem as if they are that much more powerful.
Right.
than everybody else, which
Yeah.
is
Which
ultimately
is
what ends up happening, right?
Yeah, which is cool. And so what the tower wants to do is they want to acquire, and they know that their strength in the books is dwindling like a little bit. So to them, it's very important. Like when Varen goes to the two rivers and she finds more, I mean, Matt's sisters and so on, she goes and finds them and says they can channel. Like the old blood is strong. That's why Manetheren, that story of Manetheren and the old blood and the connection there is so important for later on, because this village is important and it's special in some way. So yeah.
Yeah. Real quick question here. Generally speaking, because I'm curious about this. Is there any chance they actually make Nynaeve the Dragon Reborn? I mean, to me, that's like
No.
that would be like, there's just no way.
No, there's not. And again, I marked this spoiler for everybody. Like, they're doing a good job of just moving us around. I think people can leave comments. Let me know. I hope it goes on for a while, Matt. I hope
Right.
maybe even if there's a departure from the book. If you're gonna, they've already departed from the books. So if you depart a step further,
Yeah,
show us
everyone's
then,
saying
like,
absolutely not. Yeah.
right, no, right, bringing her into the White Tower and saying she could be like she could be the one, or you get back to Egwene does something. Maybe Egwene's before they get to the White Tower. It could be that Egwene does
Right.
something, and now
Because
she's
in this episode, remember that Tom on the other side. I know it's hard to sort of think about this because we just saw
right.
Nynaeve go Super Saiyan, essentially.
Absolutely.
Nynaeve goes Super Saiyan, and then Nynaeve, and then do that. But in the same episode, Tom is telling Rand, I think Matt might be the Dragon Reborn, right? I mean, or something like he has all the signs.
He has all the signs, like a male channeler, someone who can channel the one power, and so you're thinking, okay, that could be the guy, because again, just because Egwene, it said that she can speak to the wind, or that the wind will listen to her, as Moraine says. Rand doesn't know what that is necessarily,
She
right?
did.
Spirit bomb.
She basically did a spirit bomb.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, but
well, in episode 1, Moraine really does the spirit bomb because she's like, light give me strength, and she's like pulling the energy out of like the building and everything.
Yeah, that's freaking awesome. Yeah. So, but again, just because I think they know Aes Sedai exist, and so to the point right now that Egwene is just mentioned as being able to channel, all we saw was a little spark with Perrin. So now if she gets in a position like, so what I'm thinking, Matt, they're putting them in positions where their backs are against the wall and they have to use the power. There's no other option. Matt, what did you think when Lan's throat was slit?
Well, so it's
He
really
was
funny.
dying.
So again, really, because I was watching it, over at Thanksgiving dinner, and my fiance Teresa's stepmom, who she watched the show because she's heard me talking about it, and she's always asking me, like, what podcasts you do and all this stuff, right? And I said, so she said she watched the first 3 episodes, and she's like, oh my god, she's like, and she doesn't know the actor's name, but she's like, oh my god, she's like the Asian actor because she's Asian, and so she's like, I love Daniel Henney. She doesn't know his name, but because he's in, I think he was like Criminal Minds or something like that.
Okay.
And I guess he came in later to the season, whatever show he was on before. And so she's like, oh my god, I loved him. And so she's like, you have to tell me right now whether he makes it or not, because if he dies, I'm out. She's like,
wow.
she's like, I'm out on the whole series. She's like, because I love that guy. And I was like, yeah, you'll be fine. And then he literally gets his throat slit. I'm like,
was she
yeah, freaking out.
Freaking out. Oh my god.
And I'm like, sorry. I was like, and so then Nynaeve healed everybody.
Right.
So real quick, because a lot of people are asking about this. Well, first of all, we have one question in here, David, saying, can I talk about spoilers for the entire series? So right now, technically our podcast is we just finished book 5. So that's where I don't have knowledge actually really beyond that. So I don't personally have an issue with it, but I won't know what you're talking about. But that's where we kind of keep stuff, is where we're at the podcast. But I mean, it's all free game. There's a lot of people in here. Anything could be said.
And actually what might happen, I mean, not Rafe said through books 1 through 3, right? But God, season 2? Who freaking knows, Matt? They're moving
Who
stuff
knows?
around. That's why we move through this. But what you said to me the other day was really important. You were like, as somebody could say something about something that happens in book 8 or book 9, and there's so much in between that. I don't know how it's going to happen. You could tell me it happens, and I could say I have no idea how we get there or the context around it. So it doesn't hurt too much because it's a huge series.
Right. So real quick question, because a lot of people are talking about this, talking about Logain being able to see Nynaeve use the power.
Right. Yeah, so he can see. I thought either that's either they either messed up there a little bit because
Or
earlier
they're just
Moraine,
changing it.
yeah, but earlier Moraine says he's just sitting there still. We can't. I've never thought about like he's channeling, but I can't see it. So they made it very clear that the women could not see the men channeling. So at the end, he does see her channel. So I don't know if they just kind of that's a continuity issue inside of the show, this episode, or if it's actually something like men can see females channel, or he just saw the effects of her channeling. But it seemed like that the sun was referenced in bright light. I'm actually okay if they can see it. To be
Right.
honest, I'm okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. It didn't really do a whole lot. I don't know. I think also like yeah, I don't know. Like you could almost get on a technicality where he did just see her basically heal a bunch of people that he just killed. And so
Mhm.
maybe his reference about her using the like because the reference about it, yes, I know it was bright like the sun, but it was also you could also just if you wanted to sort of retcon it later down the line or something, you could say like, well, yes, she used a little, but she used the power. The power sort of exploded out of her and just healed all of these people. So you could do it, but I think they're just I
Yeah.
don't know.
Well,
To me, it's fine if they can see each other channel because that's to me, that's not like the biggest, most important
no.
deal to keep from the books. I actually
Right.
think it's
And
probably cooler if they can.
yeah, if they can. Here's the thing too. We, the audience, had to see that. So you can't be like Logain looking at it and not see it. And then you know what I mean? We have to be able to see
Right.
him
You have
channeling.
to be able to see it as for a
Yeah,
visual medium. Yeah.
you have to. You can't just be like, oh, what happened? Like nothing happened. You know what I mean? So that's where people have to accept some
Right.
change. Some
Yeah,
change.
because it's not because again, television isn't POV like the books are.
Yeah.
Right.
True. True. Exactly.
So yeah, so like it's one of those where like we saw it doesn't necessarily mean he saw it in the way we see it, but
Hey, he could feel
so
it.
yeah,
Yeah. Type of thing.
exactly. Because I'm sure at some point we will get like a channeler versus another channeler, male versus female, pushing back on each other, and we'll see it. But technically, you know, in theory,
Sure.
they wouldn't. But so
Right.
just that's just a television thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, being able to see each other's power level is an improvement. Allows for a lot of plot later. Yeah, exactly. It's television. There's really no other way to get around it except to show you Logain. You go first person camera on Logain and have him using it and first
Yeah.
person camera on somebody else, you know, just
That'd be
yeah.
weird. Yeah.
Television's different. It's just things have to look different. So
Right. Let me go back here real quick. What did you think about so I want to mention something, Matt, and this is something I said earlier before Matt got on the show. But his situation, he cares
love it.
about that little girl. It reminds him of his sisters. And this
Yes.
is a mild spoiler for later for Matt. This is not going to hurt Sir Matt to know this. But Matt, in his personality, develops a caretaker role, kind of, for a young individual later in the series. And they're setting that up both ways, his sisters, and then going forward, he has a soft spot for those children. And it just kind of reminds him of his sisters. And are they at home being taken care of by your mom and dad? He's thinking probably not. And I'm away from them. I want to get back
Yeah.
home. So
Did you think, by the way, that Matt killed those people?
I
When they
did.
first I did too.
I
When they
did. I was like,
just
holy,
the initial shock, I was like, "Wait, what?"
he
And then no,
killed him.
Matt was
Yeah.
in there. Yeah, with the dagger.
Yeah.
I like the way they're doing it.
Yeah.
I
It's got you.
I
It's
do.
you're surprised, right? Because for a moment, you and I were like, what?
Whoa,
Right.
way
And then
different.
the freaking fade has been there. I see you. Also, he could see that fade, right? Fades are very difficult to see in shadow. but he is poisoned, my friend, by the shadow of Shadar Logoth, right? So
Tom Maryland straight up just fought it. Like, bring it on. I mean,
dude,
like,
that was crazy. That was
yeah.
crazy. That fight was actually pretty because it felt like heavy. I mean, it felt like blows were being exchanged there. It felt like a really heavy fight. I don't know how to explain it, but it was
So now,
good.
real quick, just because again, that was like, did Tom escape with them? Did we see? No, we
No.
didn't see Tom. We didn't see Tom escape with them.
They left it kind of like what they do in the book, where it's sort of like
Right.
they're separated because Matt, he was trying to take them away from Tarvalin. Possibly, he was hinting at Matt should not go back to them.
Right.
They're going to gentle him like they did Owen, even though we know it's
and
different.
we did see Rand pushing back on him a little bit earlier with Matt. Like, why are we listening to this guy?
Right. So,
Okay.
but now they're off on their
just
own.
making sure. Yeah.
Yep. So, crazy. So we'll have to see where that. But again, people are probably thinking like, oh shoot, what happens to that guy? You know, they didn't show his death or anything, but
right.
Probably assume he might die or might move on.
So that, I mean, so if you want to go that route, then because we haven't seen Tom in any of the other stuff, right? Any of the other promotional material, because that's one of the things we were talking about. We're like, so is he gonna continue on with them? Right, because he was already introduced. He was already introduced late. So even actually, that's enough. So there we go. So let's just assume that they are Tom. We don't see Tom again this season. So there's an arc that you moved around, right? Because technically, if we just get to the end of the Eye of the World and maybe a little into the Great Hunt, we wouldn't see Tom again season 1. We wouldn't see him until season 2, right? When we meet back up with him, which will probably be in a different place, but you know, whatever. Where do they meet back up? No, not Tyr. Faldara.
Oh yeah. Wait, who?
Tom. Where we run into him in the Great Hunt when they're playing Deus Damar.
Kyrian.
No,
sorry.
Kyrian. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes, you're right. Yeah. So technically we shouldn't see Tom again until season 2. So now if we're done with Tom in season 1, then there's an arc there's our first sort of full arc a little bit that's been moved around.
Yeah.
Which is we didn't get Tom in episode 1 where he should be, and then split up with them. And so by doing that, you gave his story a little more time to breathe, which I think was good for television.
Yeah.
And the ending, yes, was slightly different the way his story goes in season 1 compared to the books. But it still goes along with the story. It'll still be, when he comes back, it can still be done in the same way.
Right.
And you just moved it around for television. And is it that big of a difference from the books? No, still works. It's still fine.
Right. And there will be like, I think he's going to, when he meets back up, it's either at the end of the season. It could actually be later.
End of season 1. Right.
It could be like revealed he's still around. And there's something where we kind of move on with that. You know, there was a teaser for this episode where they showed was it God, who was it, guys? The Keeper of the Chronicles, who was saying bring forth the false dragon, right? We didn't see that, so we didn't get that far. Obviously that's coming up in like a later episode where we're going to go before the Amerlin seat. Like they've already gentled him. I kind of feel like.
By the way, did they say the Amerlin seat weird once in that episode? I feel like the first time they said it, it wasn't like we've always called it the Amerlin seat.
Amerlin seat.
But yeah. I feel like the way they pronounced it the first time was kind of different. So I need to go back and listen to that again.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if the cast also were just pronouncing stuff a little differently too between members, you know. So which is fine.
Right.
But yeah, I just felt like okay, we're gonna have a scene later where he's going to be brought before them. And that's going to be, you know, someone's going to have to explain why he was gentled before he was brought in. Cause he had a following. He wasn't just some random guy channeling. He had a following. He had a king of Galadon with him. So yeah.
Let me pull this up here really quick. So now that we're a little bit more into this let me pull this up. Okay. So remember, the episodes are the episode titles and descriptions are up on IMDb. So this one was The Dragon Reborn. Moraine struggles with uncertainty while Lan struggles with their new companion. Rand wonders about Matt. Egwene and Perrin take their first steps down a different path. An incredible new power is unleashed on the world. That was the little description we had going into it. And I was kind of like, okay, I feel like this might be a tame episode. Not so much, my friend. So
Right.
next week, by the way, is the episode called Blood Calls Blood. Perrin and Egwene run into a familiar face. Matt and Rand see strange ones. Moraine and Lan mourn their loss. Now, this is the one I think we've seen in the trailer, right? Where the warder is crying at the funeral pyre, right? He's kissing the ring. So I think we're going to get that. So here's the real question. Who's the familiar face?
Yeah, for Egwene, right? Egwene and Perrin.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I have
unless they
two options.
Okay, because I don't think are they getting all the way to Tarvalin in this next episode? They might.
No, I think they're still with the Tinkers wandering.
Okay.
I think it's likely they come across a peddler.
Oh,
but again, they didn't talk to Badon Fane.
Right,
Stefan,
they know him.
Stefan, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kyle here. I'm gonna go with what he said. I think we're gonna run to the White Cloaks next episode.
Oh yeah. We did kind of see them being circled, didn't we?
Yeah.
That's right. I forgot about that. We saw that. So that'll be the familiar face that we'll see. God dang.
Then wow, you're already pushing forward. They're really pushing forward, I think, the Perrin a White Cloak showdown.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think like it's all going down next episode and stuff like this, but I do think, yeah.
Yeah, this is good. Valda doesn't forget faces from Ben Butler, shout out. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, my God. Oh, yes, and then we did see this. We already saw this in the trailer. Yeah, Aram is on the ground next to them.
Yeah.
They're being circled. So do you think the White Cloaks would hurt the Tinkers? Or do you think
100%?
Yeah, okay.
100% I do. Because remember, it's Shadow Rising, where, that's a big showdown between when Perrin basically tells him, if you guys ever come back here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Big stuff happening. And we have to remember in the book, in the first book, he kills a couple White Cloaks.
Right.
And which is why originally he's taken by Jeffrey Bornhold and held. I think there was some leaked photos. Sorry, this is maybe too spoiler, that Egwene and him in a camp. So yeah, I think you're right. We'll see the White Cloaks coming up, which is great, man. The way they're doing the White Cloaks is got me like, holy. Right. I'm scared of them.
So this is another one.
So
it was really interesting being able to talk to somebody, because especially now that the show is out, because it opens it up to all these new people. Again, I'll reference it again. Talking to her name's Leslie, which is my fiance's stepmom, and she's super into this. Knows literally nothing about the books, whatsoever. She's like, okay, here's this new show Matt keeps talking about. I'll check it out. And she was asking about. She's like, wait, are there like a lot of factions? Because she's like, the White Cloaks, basically, she didn't know. I was like, well, she's like, they're like the men in white wearing like cloaks. I'm like, yeah, they're called the White Cloaks. Like,
right.
And so I was like, theoretically they're good guys, right? But then I sort of explain it, and so it sort of gets it. So yeah, they're like, we're gonna purge it. So I think we're probably seeing White Cloaks next episode, which is great, because we're just beginning to build this world more and more. In that, just because they say they fight for the light doesn't mean they do. Just because they seem like they're good guys could be dark friends.
Let me just Dark One's taint here. Is this, I forgot about this, the Dark Friends social? If that's true, please confirm this in the comments. That's interesting. I think I do. Yeah, anyway, sorry. Moving on. The Tuathon, man. Scary stuff if that's the case. But yeah, we'll see someone. We're gonna see. So no Elias. We've already got the connection built up with the Wolves. Perrin knows what's happening. Unfortunately, we probably won't see him. We could see him later, maybe. But yeah, so we'll have them showing up with the White Cloaks. So my question is, how do they get rescued? Like Lan and Moraine and Nynaeve could still swing back around and do the whole rescue thing on their way to Tarvalin, because
they seem so far away. So the next episode, by the way, episode 6, is called The Flames of Tarvalin. Moraine faces the consequences of her actions. Matt faces the darkness in himself. Egwene faces the most powerful woman in the world. So at that point, I think we know. So perhaps, somehow by episode 6, to me, it seems likely that Egwene will be facing down Suan.
Oh, yes, yes.
If
Well,
she,
yeah,
I think that's what they're saying there. She faces down the most powerful woman in the world, which would be Swan.
right. And do you remember there was one of the trailers? Egwene is standing in that hall, and Nynaeve comes through the door, and she's like, Nynaeve, and she runs over and gives her that hug. So we know we're gonna get that. But it's just like, did Lan go off on his own and with Nynaeve to rescue Egwene and Perrin, and did Moraine go do? You know what I mean?
Because she felt like she felt like they lost them.
Yeah,
Maybe what they'll do is Moraine. I don't know. Is Moraine? Well, if Moraine goes with the rest of the Aes Sedai back to Tarvalin,
yeah.
and Lan goes off with Nynaeve, because maybe they'll explain. Remember how Nynaeve can sort of like Nynaeve just sort of kind of knows like
Mhm,
where people are,
mhm.
right? Like they didn't do the coins, so we can't get on that route. But maybe now that Nynaeve just used her power, Moraine will talk. I'm guessing Moraine's going to talk to her this next episode, and all of the other Aes Sedai women that are there are going to be like, what was that?"
Yeah, what's up?
And
Yeah.
then exactly, and so then Nynaeve will sort of use the power a little bit, and like we're just going to really speed her story along, and she's can say like, "Well, I've always just sort of known where it is," because remember, Lan has asked her,
How?
how did you track me?"
How?
And
Yes.
she hasn't told them. And I feel
Right.
like, first of all, there's no way that Lan is just sort of tracked by somebody.
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah.
so I feel like it's because she finds them at Shadar Logoth, where everyone else happens to be.
Right.
If everyone else is gone, I don't think she would be able to just sort of track them. So I think they're going to go with that. And then I think maybe Lan and Nynaeve go off to chase down Egwene and Perrin, which then gives us a little bit of time for them to be alone and build that storyline a little bit. You know, have a conversation on horseback or whatever, and then Moraine will go with the rest of the Aes Sedai to
Well,
back to Tarvalin.
yeah, and actually then I'm a second guessing myself even a little bit here too because of the clip we saw where she was surprised to see Egwene was surprised to see Nynaeve.
Oh yeah, maybe not then.
Yeah, so maybe cause you remember the clip I'm talking about where that
Yeah,
could
you're
be
right.
later. That could be much we don't even know when that is. That could be
No, that
episodes
probably
later.
is. That probably is.
So then that means like maybe Moraine went after I don't know, man. It's got me
Maybe they do the trials or something, and it's like happy to see.
so yeah,
Yeah,
maybe, yeah, there's a second separation that will happen maybe or
right.
something. I don't know. I wanted to mention real quickly though, so Amanda popped in here and her energy is just exactly what we all have been feeling, which is, "Oh my god, just finished the episode when Nynaeve went supernova," right? Been waiting on that
Right.
for over 20 years.
Yeah, let me remind me of how this goes in the Eye of the World. Katie's saying here she does track them in the books. Yes, she does. She does track them, but I don't. But again, I
Yeah,
believe it's because she has a bond. She has sort of this. She can sense them, right?
and I think someone said I think it has to do with the healing that she in the
Right.
books, I think she heals Egwene, and I think she has some sort of bond with her. I don't correct me if I'm wrong, guys, in the comments. I can't remember.
Right.
So
It's
maybe
in
she
the
got as far as
middle.
Shadar Logoth, and also they said something about Nynaeve's tracking ability and like how her upbringing too. I think she's just a
I will look for this. I remember right. I remember that. I don't remember the title of the chapter. Um, but I sort of remember where it's like towards the middle of the Eye of the World.
yeah, yeah.
So let
And
me pull this up. Yeah.
I do want to do so. So while you're pulling that up, let me talk about something. I want to go on a tangent here for a little bit.
Yeah, right
So
here. Real quick, real quick.
sure.
This is from Tarvalin Library, which is a great resource and is sort of like the wiki for this. Nynaeve, Lan, and Moraine also end up together. Moraine makes Nynaeve accept that she can channel by pointing out that she can sense her presence, and also that Nynaeve can sense the presence of someone who she has healed with the one power.
Yeah,
Exactly.
there we go.
So again, and I think that they'll go down that route, and that's how she'll explain that she was able to track them.
Right. I do like the Moraine coin situation in the books. That was kind of cool that she could feel
Yeah.
something with the coin. Matt, just to bring because we're all hyped about this. We brought it up early on the show. I do want to bring up some of the negatives. So some people don't like it,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
And
Yeah,
that's
let's
okay.
talk about it.
Like I understand because these are larger and larger steps away from the source material in terms of like the plot sequence, like the events. But I personally don't feel like they're huge steps away in the spirit, like the spirit of the series. So that's
Exactly.
just that's just me, and I think you have to kind of take this. So this is just somewhat so the Coin 85. I grew up reading these books. I'm severely disappointed already in the first 3 episodes. It is what it is, and I hear people. My assistant principal was saying the same thing. Kind of like I'm not severely disappointed, but yet I'm kind of like not really sure yet. I want to wait and see. Like I like the characters, I like the cast, loves the cast, loves some of the setting and things like that, but it's trying to get used to this
Right.
shift. So
yeah, my older I've talked about before. My older brother who listens to the podcast, so I'm sure he'll hear me talk to this. He's calling it the Wheel of Crime.
oh my gosh. Oh my
He's read the books like 100 times, and he's like, I just can't believe
the
like
Wheel of
they did
Crime.
the
What the
real
heck?
the Wheel of Crime. He's like, Rafe Judkins is committing crime. He is a criminal for what
Well,
he is doing to this.
the crazy thing, okay, so I don't know if you know this. So Brandon Sanderson, Rafe tried to keep Brandon, I think, in on this more, and the studio kind of said there's something like with authors, and they go kind of they were worried about that, like keeping him on because they might push for things that don't have high ratings. Like when Ray fought to keep in the Manetheren song and some of the stuff that he's fought to keep, I'm impressed. I'm really impressed, and I think he's doing a good job. And major shout out to him because it's hard, guys. It's 8 episodes. He wants 10. He wanted a 2-hour opener. I mean, they cut all that stuff from him, and they tried to cut the Manetheren song. And he's sticking with. He's trying to stick to the spirit of the show. So that's hard. He's in a hard spot.
Ez, okay,
Can he
hold on a
survive?
second. Well, they've already got 3 seasons, so I think he's doing okay. I mean, look, let's just face it. All right, Jeff Bezos
Right.
is like, I'm giving you guys $10 million an episode. I have to go to outer space. Okay. So if you guys want
Right.
somebody to blame old Jeff Bezos. All
Right.
right. Because he has to go to space, and that costs more money than giving us, every single thing we want for the show. So
right. Here's something too. As a book reader, I try to find just like we have Katie in here just talking about the idea that as a book reader, like there's surprises. Matt and I are surprised. You guys are surprised by some of these things. That's keeping me coming back going, what is next, man? If I
I
just
love it.
knew chapter by chapter, this is happening next, let's just see how they do it. I kind of like that I'm surprised by it because it brings in that same Game of Thrones things. Like I have no freaking clue what's happening next. So
yeah, we know an intense, complex story can be told. The first few seasons of Game of Thrones, very little can be criticized. Yeah.
yeah, I
Hey,
will say though,
we're Game of Thrones guys. I mean, there's a lot of things I can point out that are different than the show. I guess like for me, even as somebody, I mean, obviously we run a Game of Thrones podcast
right.
as well. I don't know. I think I gotta think about it for a second here, really quick, just to give it a comparison, because I think it's probably the fairest comparison is Game of Thrones and Wheel of Time, just because they're both sort of TV shows. I mean, first of all, I can say this in terms of like CGI and budget and stuff. Go watch episode 1 of Game of Thrones, and let's talk about Tyrion Lannister's surf blonde hair. Okay, I mean the pilot of that show, it's nice.
Yeah,
and we're Game of Thrones guys. Trust me, I'll defend Game of Thrones until the day I die. Even
we love
season
it.
8. Right, even season 8, which I know most people hate, but absolutely. But I would say that the scale is different. Game of Thrones doesn't need to go like CGI heavy and stuff like that till much later. They left out huge characters, even between seasons 1 through 4. I mean, Lady Stoneheart wasn't a thing, Young Griff wasn't a thing.
Sure.
Even smaller characters, excuse me, Donal Noy. They move a lot of Tyrion stuff around to sort of fill in for guys at the wall. There's a lot. I mean, there's definitely a lot there too.
Matt, I want you to look at my screen here real quick, everybody. So you could stack. So Game of Thrones books are about the same size.
Yeah.
Okay. 5, 6. There's 14. There's 14
right.
of these. They know they can't get that. They have an issue. They know this is going to be difficult to get through all this. So
yeah, I would say though, I think the difference though, to be fair, is the difference of a Game of Thrones to even the Eye of the World is, for starters, the way they do chapters differently. Game of Thrones chapters are just straight one character's point of view, whereas Wheel of Time has you get a chapter and it can be multiple points of view. So even the storytelling is different. And then a lot of characters in Game of Thrones for starters, don't even have point of view chapters. Like Rob Stark.
Sure.
By the way, we just cracked 100 people watching all at once. So thank you very much.
Let's go.
So in Game of Thrones, like Rob Stark doesn't even have point of view chapters. And then like characters like Sansa Stark and Arya Stark may not have their own chapter, but they'll both be in it. So so a lot of it actually gets condensed, at least for television.
Sure.
Whereas Wheel of Time, it's the total opposite. It's like you'll have a chapter where it's like Rand and Matt are talking. Okay, now we're going to send Rand off this way, and we're going to send Matt off this way, and it's like one chapter. So I do. They're different. I think in that regard.
And I just want to say too, because to the folks who are critical of the series, we're book fans too, and I get you.
Yeah,
it definitely is jarring a little bit, and I guess I've given up, right? I've just sort of said, let me just let the showrunner and the storytellers take me into a this new path, and it is hard. It's hard for some people to let go. So
yeah, the other thing I'll say really quick, and first of all, yes, Wheel of Time it feels like a much different departure from
sure, yeah.
From there's two differences though. One, Game of Thrones, even if Winds of Winter and A Wish for Spring were out, you're talking about 7 books as opposed to 15 books, right? And even at that time, the ending source material we still don't even have, right? Still doesn't exist. So you have a lot less to sort of work with. But yeah, I totally get I do totally get, even though it doesn't bother me as much. I do totally understand the people who are who do feel like this is a big departure, because it is. I mean, like Nynaeve just used the one power on Logain. What?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, right. that's way different. So yeah, it is definitely a departure. And so I get it. I do get why people. I guess I would say though is that I feel like give it a season. I mean, really for me, it's like, I think a lot of shows I'm willing to give 2 seasons. And it's like, if it doesn't get better in season 2, because there's a lot of shows, I've talked about this before, where you go back and watch season 1. It's a lot of even great shows. Season 1 are rough around the edges. And I use this as my prime example. The Office is considered to be one of the best shows ever. Go watch season 1, and it is like, wow, things are totally different. And it's only like 6 episodes. Then you get to season 2, and like that's when the show really begins to feel like the show that it is.
Yeah.
So, I always give a show 2 seasons. Not every show is a lot of shows don't even have great seasons once. Right? It takes them like 2 to 3 seasons to even get in their groove. And we're only 4 episodes in.
Yeah, I'm pumped that season 3 has been greenlit and they're doing season. You know what I mean? Because we want more. We want more of this. There could be a course correction. There could be better CGI later. All that good stuff can happen, and I think it will happen. So,
yeah. Guess what I missed most from the books is the Tolkien innocence that the first book, the first book, and then watching the world develop into darker, deeper tones.
That's true. It does do that quicker. It gets there quicker. If in the whole series, you have some pretty Trollocs chopping heads off and boiling people in pots, but that doesn't happen. It's hinted at darker things, and the reader can grow out of the eye of the world into the series. So
yeah, I actually feel like the show is darker than I thought it would be.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, episode one when Layla's like coughing up blood, I was like, okay then. Like, because we didn't know. Remember, we didn't know. We thought this was gonna be. We didn't know where to go. I wish Lan was larger and armored like he was on the cover of the book. That was one we were saying too. We were kind of like, man, I don't know if like Lan's supposed to be like Arnold and Conan, but Lan, to me, I like the way he looks and everything is actually but to be honest, I think he's my favorite transition. I think he looks the coolest.
Yeah. And here's the thing too, as this goes on over 8 episodes, certain characters and their how it's being done will suck you in. So like Mark is saying, get sucked in when Tom first makes his appearance, but then in the last episode, it was the Parent Tinker storyline that he didn't really like, which
and actors will change over time. I mean, I'm sure Daniel Henney is like, that is his name, right? Daniel Henney is
Daniel Henney.
Yeah. I'm sure he's hitting the weights and taking some protein powder. All right. So
I mean, dude,
I've seen him on Instagram. He is.
First of all,
but again, to be fair, on the cover, he does look like he's supposed to be like a bodybuilder, huge. I mean, like stacked huge. But some of that's armor and stuff like that. Yeah.
That gluteus maximus is
I think he looks great.
Maximus that can ride again on the winds of time. So I'll go ahead and say it. All right. It's good gluteus
Right.
maximus. Anyway. Yeah, gosh. What else we got? Man, we got tons. We're so pumped to see everybody in here. Like, this is so cool. I'm really glad everyone is in here and
This
having
is
a good
crazy.
time.
Over 100 people, which is insane.
This is wild.
To be
Hey, Matt, did you see the news? So, like, I guess it was the #1 watched premiere, right? So
yes,
the Wheel of Time, which that was cool. Kudos to them. That's a good thing to have for this year, and it's awesome. So
it's great. It's absolutely
something fun.
great.
Something fun to shift gears here. What about that? Like, so that Emmons Field innocence in Nynaeve, when she's sitting around the campfire, and the warders, you had a couple of them, like one laying between the other guy's legs, like he's leaning back, like, I mean, real intimate, real close. And they're hinting at it with Moraine and Lan. Someone mentioned something about holding the pinky. Someone was like, I don't know what that was about.
Yeah.
Did you see that? What?
No,
I don't know what that's about. I don't know. I didn't catch any of that. So if there's other things we're not catching, leave us a comment. But I thought it was kind of cool to see the intimacy between all the warders, and then they're proud. The fact that they're proud about being a warder to these Aes Sedai just was so cool to me, man. I thought that's the way to go. Like, they are servants. Oh, and then we have to talk about, because we haven't talked about this yet, the Aes Sedai factions, the plotting between them.
Beginning to go, yeah.
Yeah, like the Reds, like Leandrin dissing Moraine, the Greens coming to Moraine and saying, "What are you up to? What do you think? Is this the dragon?" Leandrin trying to say, "I'm going to gentle this guy," and I'm just going to go ahead and do it. Did she drop the shield? The big question early on was, did she drop that shield a little bit so he could break out? Yeah. What do you think?
Maybe.
It wouldn't surprise me at all.
So I can tell you right now, I do think once we get to the tower and the Ajas get explained, I do think we will in season 1 be told about the possibility of Black Aja.
Yeah.
I think you have to, just to sort of, just because, again, this was an interesting experience watching it with people who know nothing about it, asking questions like, well, wait, what's this? What's going on here? What's going on here? Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it is interesting. Katie bringing up poly-homosexual relationships are so beautifully normalized. Yeah, there doesn't feel to be any awkwardness. I mean, other than, like, really, it's the Emmons Fielders who kind of, you know, even Rand takes that thing with Matt in stride, right? He takes that in stride. It's awesome. I think it's.
Yeah, it's always the hero's journey. Emmon 5 leaves, loses innocence. Game of Thrones, Starks left Winterfell. Tolkien, Hobbits leave. Expanse. Yeah, it's all about the journey, man.
Yeah,
that's what we're here for. It's all about the journey.
Yeah, no, we are, and we're on one, man. This is the crazy thing. Like we've seen stuff that I didn't think we would see. Like we've Matt. Can I just for a second?
Yeah, hold on. Go ahead.
Oh, what?
But there is something we haven't talked about that we need to talk about, and somebody else brought it up in chat, and Mark here brought it up as well. And I saw this earlier. Mark Brunetti here, great question. I don't know if you asked this earlier, Mark, but somebody else did as well. Hey, throw this question out there for the fans, because it is said, remember when Lan is talking to Moraine about Logain and about how, and she's like wondering about him, is he more powerful than Egwene? He says he asked that.
Egwene more powerful than Logain. Who said that in this episode?
Lan asks Moraine when they're talking about Logain, is he more powerful than Egwene?
And she said yes.
I have to go back and look.
Or it's just posed. It's just
sort of posed. I don't know. I don't know that. I don't know that she might have even answered, I don't know.
Okay. Gotcha.
But it's just the fact that the question is posed.
Well, and this is what we're going to get into. We will get
this early on too.
Yeah, we'll get into kind of the power, like the leveling, the different power levels for sure, because we know that like Nynaeve, Egwene, even Elaine, Avienda, all this stuff later on, they're very, very powerful. And if you listen to the book, they're often you can get sort of a sense of who is more powerful than the other person, and that's kind of a fun thing to get into. It's sort of like your Dungeons and Dragons, power levels, which is cool. We talk about it with Jedi all the time. Is You know, who's more powerful, Yoda or Mace Windu, right?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
It's fun. Those are fun conversations to have, and I'm excited to see them kind of do that a little bit in terms of this group. And you know what? Since that was brought up, we're talking about Logain. I wanted to mention I am just blown away that they went with the whole. Did he not seem kind of Christ-like? Like as in like he was not Christ-like. I shouldn't say it that way, I guess, but just his voice, his the tone of his voice was soft and it was sort of welcoming and sort of like they should be with me. I just that is moving forward with the dragon and male channelers. It gives us sympathy for them. Tom gave us sympathy for them. Now we have characters who could be male channelers, and we don't want to see Leandrin do this. We also don't even know what a trial would look like. They kind of avoided that, which I think is probably a good thing. I think it's not much of a trial. It's can you channel? Okay, you're done. So, yeah.
Yeah, I loved it actually. It does end any talk. Remember, we were having a lot of talk about like, wow, it seems like they're really going to make Logain a big deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about the possibility, like, man, who knows what way they're going to go with him? Like, we were talking, he might not get gentled. Well, okay, they did do that. So
right, they did. Yeah, so now his arc. I mean, he's going to go back to the tower, which is what happens. He goes back to the tower. He is there before the split. So he'll be around most likely. We're guessing, but yeah, in his life, I mean, we now know that people are with Owen's story and Tom telling us about that. We know there's a high likelihood he could kill himself, or his life just withers away a little bit. He loses the will to live or something. So that's something to keep an eye on as we watch him. Yeah, he's guarded and walked around the White Tower, and for that very thing. But yeah.
So who all do you think we're gonna? So next episode, let's dive into next episode a little bit.
Okay.
So next episode, we think, by the way, we're going to be seeing, the episode is called Blood Calls Blood. Perrin and Egwene run into a familiar face. Mat and Rand see strange ones. Moraine and Lan mourn their loss. So we already think we know a little bit what's going to happen with Moraine and Lan. We already think we know we're gonna maybe possibly this is where we're running to the White Cloaks again. Yeah. Mat and Rand see strange faces. What do we think is happening there? So it's not just like, oh hey, they go to a new location or something. They see strange ones, strange faces,
strange ones. So
are we gonna run into somebody we don't know? What are we gonna do?
Oh my god. Guys, what if they do something with like the realm? There's no way. What if they take I don't know. What's it mean by strange? What does it say exactly?
That's exactly it says Perrin and Egwene run into a familiar face. Mat and Rand see strange ones. That's all it says.
Strange ones. That makes me think that they're pretty damn strange.
Like, Loyal. Do we meet Loyal next episode?
Okay, now would be
maybe
that would be cool.
Maybe
by the way, actually, boxes. Sorry, thanks guys for reeling us in.
Hold on, hear me out. Oh, hold on. I think we're meeting Min next episode. Okay. So I'm actually thinking here, and there is supposed to be a big Aiel flashback at some point. Remember, that's got to be it. Maybe it's possible they do get to Tar Valon next episode, and maybe this is when we meet Min, and maybe this is when we meet Loyal.
Okay. Yeah.
Because remember, they don't go to Caemlyn, right? At least we don't think they do. They actually still could, because the way look at the way they did Ghealdan, right?
Sure.
Or Ghealdan as they're calling, where they're just like, hey, this is Ghealdan. It's probably the same place they filmed Tar Valon.
Sure.
But they just but because they sort of use computer graphics and all this stuff, and then it's literally just like one little walkway.
Right.
You could do that again and just say we're in Caemlyn if you wanted to keep it accurate. I don't know that you need to, because I think it's still just fine to just simply meet them in Tar Valon. Like, it's not, to me, it's not that big of a deal, because we're not going to see Logain there.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe next episode is where we meet Min and we meet Loyal.
Yeah, and they could be strange ones. I mean, he's strange. She's a little strange. Right. She can see things around.
Well,
people.
I think it's just we're getting introduced to new characters,
strangers. Yeah, just strangers along the way. Sure, I think that'd be great. We have to bring Loyal in at some point. Have to, Been waiting for him. So yeah, I'm with you on that. So
Right.
that's
And the
probably, I think
episode
it's
is called
Tarvalin.
Blood Calls Blood. Any significance there, as?
Yeah, blood calls to blood. Gosh, so I think that's something that's like later on in the series. Let me see though. I don't know if there's blood calls to blood, so it'd be thinking like relationships. You're thinking like, what do you guys think? Leave us a comment about that one. Blood calls to blood.
Hold on, let me see
Dark
here. This.
prophecy.
Yeah, they first meet. Yes, yeah, you're correct. Yeah, they first meet. Wow, there's so much. The chat's like there's so much in the chat. They first meet Min and Baerlon, and they skip that. Yes, but we do know that Min has been cast, and there's leaked photos showing Rand talking to Min.
See, okay, this is what I thought. So when Podon Fane is captured and he writes on the wall, I know, is that what that is? So to me, it's like, I don't know that they go that far. That's next episode. Let me check.
It'd be episode 5. I mean, so here, hold on again.
Like,
so
do we go to
episode,
Faldara?
No.
They just write that somewhere in Tarvalin. Like that's just,
yeah, could be.
let me see.
We have there's the ways we have to get back to an episode. Wolf Brother, Blood Calls Blood, which could be Perrin's thing. Maybe we get a little more on the wolves.
Oh well.
But yeah, I think we're going to Tarvalin for potentially 2 episodes, which will be the next one, and then I think Rand and Matt will get there first, and then we will run into. And by the way, the next 2 episodes were directed by the same. So every episode, like it'd be like the episodes 1 and 2 are directed by the same person. 3 and 4 are directed by the same person, and so it continues down that path. So the next 2 episodes, excuse me, are directed by the same person.
Mm-hmm.
So just sort of keep that in mind. That like, it's almost like these 2 episodes go together, and then the next 2 episodes go together. They feel different. Well, let me tell you, whoever this is, Wayne Yip.
Yeah,
he did 3 and 4. He knocked it out.
Hey, he's also
he knocked it out of the park, man. Because these episodes have been great.
He directed some of the season 1 Lord of the Rings episodes. He's
done. He's done a few episodes of Doctor Who as well. So
yeah,
cool.
I think everyone's right. So like that whole blood calls to blood situation is Varen kind of telling the Amerlin seat that what was written on that wall was
yeah. So yeah, Carrie M asked a question here. So Tarvalin instead of Caemlyn. Yeah, it's pretty much Rafe has pretty much confirmed we're not going to Caemlyn this season, just because he talks about, well, you can really only film in so many locations and all of this stuff, and so we can't necessarily hit every city. I think it's possible we could still go to Caemlyn, but they would do it in the same way where they probably, if like today's episode, we technically went to Galdon, right?
Sure. Yeah.
But it's literally like it's like Logain's talking to that guy who ends up serving him, right? And then you're basically showing a little bit of a city. It's obvious there's computer graphics over it and all this stuff, but technically we're in Galdon, or as I still call it, because it's how it's pronounced in the books, Gildon. So you could still do that if you wanted it, but they probably film it all in whatever city it is that they film Tarvalin in. Wherever they're on set filming, you could still do that, and it could be like a room or whatever, or a street, and you just say we're in Caemlyn if you want to go that route. I don't know that we're gonna, but I do think it's just all going to be Tarvalin. I think it'll be fine to meet Min and Loyal there. I don't think it changes. It doesn't really change anything for them to meet them there.
Yeah, I totally think this whole the title is somebody said it's a misdirect. They think it's trying to throw us off a little bit, and it could just be something about the old blood or family connections or relationships, something because yeah, unless they're moving Podon Fane arc into something sooner, I don't know. But hey, while I have this many people, does anyone have a thought or a theory on the Aiel gem, the stone that Matt took? He still has that, I think, right? He took that off of the Aiel. And Matt, they show it 3 or 4 times. They show it from the back, from the side, up front. He picks it up, looks at it like it's the freaking one ring, and puts it in his pocket. It's not just something. It's not just coin. It's important. I don't know what it is, but it's something. Sorry.
Yeah. When do you think we're seeing Put On Fane again?
Well, I think, like you said, I when you originally said he could be a peddler coming across like some white cloaks or even sort of
Right.
tinkers, I thought, oh, dang, probably Tarvalin though. I mean, it could be Tarvalin, it could be Faldara. He could just be somebody who shows up in that episode alone to steal
Right.
something or to make trouble. I mean,
Okay. Well, right. So, okay. So then the next 2 episodes, by the way, so we have episode descriptions for 6. So we have episode description for 5, 6, and 7. So 5 again, which is next week. Perrin and Egwene run into a familiar face. Matt and Rand see strange ones, which I think I'm on board with saying we're going to see Min and Loyal. Then it says Moraine and Lan mourn their loss. Now we've already seen some of that in the trailer, right? With them, Steppen, he's crying over, the loss of his Aes Sedai, and I think that's where we're gonna go. Now, episode 6 is titled "The Flame of Tarvalin." Moraine faces the consequences of her actions. Matt faces the darkness in himself. Egwene faces the most powerful woman in the world. Now, I think episode 6, we're all back together in Tarvalin. I think Matt's healing of the dagger is going to go way quicker.
Sure. Yeah, it's just going to be over and done. Separate him, keep the dagger in the tower. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, then again, it's like, how do you see? Because that's one of the things where it's like, I think maybe you really have to push that next episode with like the Rand and Matt storyline. Because otherwise it is pretty quick. I mean, it's not necessarily super long in the books, right?
Yeah.
That it happens. I mean, by book 3, we're pretty much done with it. So I don't know. Yeah, Matt's getting sicker way faster than in the books. Yeah, I think I mean, technically, thinking about where we're at right now, we're kind of halfway through the Eye of the World already. So yeah, I don't know how they're gonna do. I don't know how they're gonna do that. How they're gonna do Matt's sickness. But maybe Matt faces it. Remember, they can't just heal him right away. So that could be something they explore too. Then it says for episode 6 that Egwene faces the most powerful woman in the world. I think she's going to be having a conversation with Siuan, because we know we're going to meet Siuan at some point.
Yeah.
We've seen it in the trailers.
For sure. She gets a sense of what this is like coming into the White Tower, being a novice, going through some training, getting tested, all that good stuff. I think for sure we'll start to understand that. And I think ta'veren will be brought up again too at some point. You got to bring up the ta'veren factor.
I do too. And then so episode 7 is called "The Dark Along the Ways," which seems perfect. That's like the whole Waygate has been the sort of, all the cover art, all the promotional material. Moraine and her charges are diverted from their path by an unexpected encounter. So we're going to see what is it called? The
Black Wind.
What's it called? The Black Wind. What's it called? What are they? Whatever.
Machin
Shin. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't say.
I know.
I can barely talk
say anything right now. Yeah. The diversion reveals many things. Moraine's true goal, Lan's past, the fractures that have grown in the group, and the identity of the Dragon Reborn. The Machin Shin, yes. Which puts us right at about the end of the Eye of the World. So maybe we're really only getting through book 1 in season 1.
Yeah. Well, Ryan brings up a really good point. And shout out to our one of our bannermen over from Bend the Knee, baby. Do we get a lot more info on the Dark One and the Forsaken in the next episode? If they're going to play a big role in the season finale, we have to move forward quickly now, right? I mean, that's kind of that's a great question because we've heard about the Dark One. Are we going to hear about the Forsaken? Are we going to face them? Or is it going to be you just face the Dark One and it's Balsamon and that's not really the Dark One? I mean, are they going to do that, or are his servants going to show up? I think because they scared the crap out of me with Dana. When Dana showed up, I was like, holy smokes, that's freaking Lanfear or somebody. We're freaking dead. We're goners, But yeah, so great question, Ryan. I like that.
Right, because the interesting thing is, man, I think we thought we were going to be further into the Great Hunt.
Sure.
I don't. It's
But that's
the
okay.
pacing is like so far. I guess what I feel like is plot wise, we're kind of on pace, right? Character development, at least in terms of character development and also like power development, is way further ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, they are moving it pretty.
So maybe we spend less time than we do in because at some point you have to start cutting stuff out. So
well, Mark brings up a good point. You and I have talked about this a lot. We think the Great Hunt can be trimmed down quite a bit.
I think you can in season 2. Season 2, I feel like you could legitimately combine, and we've said this before. I think you could combine both the Great Hunt and the Dragon Reborn, which are shorter books. The Dragon Reborn, I believe, is the shortest book in this season. I don't know that we are getting the Sean Shannon episode in season 1.
Hold on. Yes, Katie, great question. I don't think probably season 2. Okay, guys, this is why we do the comments. I freaking love you guys. Dark One's Taint here. Tinfoil hat time. I think they'll slightly tweak the eye to have it somehow trigger the release of the Forsaken.
That could be cool.
That would be kind of cool. Like if you're gonna make a change, like have them go there to try to stop the Dark One from something, and it actually,
who's our villain? Who's our main villain in season 1 going to end up being?
Well, yeah, again, Logain's done. He's in, he's out, he's done. We've seen in the dreams. So now they have to come to Tarvalin.
We've seen Balsamon in the dreams a few times.
Yeah, they have to talk about this more now. They have to get everyone back and say, you saw this, you heard this. Moiraine needs to say that line that like the wheel is weaving a web of destiny. She sees these things forming and they need to take action. The tower needs to take action.
This is a great thing, and a lot of people in the chat are agreeing with this. It reminds me of, as I know you've watched this show, Supernatural, right?
Yeah.
Remember in season 2 of Supernatural, which I don't know if you guys have ever seen it or not. I sort of liked it. It goes way too long. It's like 15 seasons. Really should have stopped after like season 5. But the first 5 seasons of that show are like freaking fantastic. Now in season 2 of Supernatural, remember there's like a demon. It's like the demon hunters and all this stuff. The Winchester boys.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to they have to go basically open like the gates of hell because they're trying to kick back, right? Like this demon, like the yellow-eyed demon or whatever. And remember, they end up sort of taking him out, but in doing so, they like open it up and like they release all these people. That could be a way you could do it.
Right. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, that I think that'd be kind of cool. That's kind of a cool way. Something triggers something else, and boom.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, Wheel of Time for life. Saying they are filming season 2 now. Could he have been talking about that? Yeah, they are filming season 2 right now, and we know Elaine is cast, and they haven't announced specific roles for a few actors, but one of them pretty much looks like the exact book representation of Varen Sedai. Sure. And then the other one is, I don't know her name, but she's a pretty gorgeous actress.
Yeah.
She got long black hair.
Yeah.
She fits for me she looks like she's probably in like either her early 30s or I think she's really looks like she's more in her sort of like late 20s, which I think is the perfect casting for Selene / Lanfear. You need someone I think you need that sort of late 20s, early 30s, who can be young enough to play Selene, yet the right age to play Lanfear.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's going to be huge. I think that I think we're spot on with that casting. A lot of people were saying that's probably what we're looking at. By the way, shout out to the Dusty Wheel, who is the official after show, I think on Tuesdays. So I wanted to mention that he brings on a lot of actors and stuff. And honestly, Matt Hatch is the man, character in the story. I've followed his show for a long time, and I love the Dusty Wheel. So give him all the love that you
Absolutely.
can. So
where's he at? Did he comment here?
No.
Oh, I was like, wow.
Although we did have Lauren on last time. We had a couple other Wheel of Time content creators. I'm checking my Twitter in case anybody, sends us a message or something. Just that kind of thing. Because we're going to be doing these every week. So a lot of fun.
Yeah, okay, hold on. Let me do this real quick before I jack it all up.
Oh no. The wheel is guys. Okay, while Matt's pulling this up real quick, Moraine, I don't know if you guys caught this part about the wheel turning and lives coming and going. There was something Moraine said that I felt strange actually in
Oh
this
god,
episode.
hold on,
I'll try to.
it's freaking out.
Oh Lord. Oh
Oh
God.
no,
Oh my God. What? Oh my.
there we go. Sorry, it was
People are
freaking.
like, oh
I
Jesus.
just gave somebody a seizure.
Somebody's like,
Um,
oh.
oh man, hold on. There we go. Sorry, StreamYard freaking out. Okay, so this is the actress. Her name is Sierra Coveney, right?
Okay.
And she hasn't. So there's been a few, right? So yeah. So here's the act. Okay, so so this actress right here. Oh no, sorry. This is Sierra Coveney. She is officially cast as. Yes, sorry about the flicker, guys. There's a bit
the
of flicker.
Flicker.
I'm sure I just gave like five. Yeah. So anyway, so this is our Elaine. She has officially been cast as Elaine. And here we have, I believe, Mira Saul is her name. Yeah. And she has not been given a name as of yet. But I think to me, this is totally Varen Sedai. And that's what everyone, I remember when it first happened, everyone's like, this has got to be Varen.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I heard that as well. Yeah. One of those was
and then right here is the one that Natasha O'Keefe.
Right. It's a debate on who this
to
is.
To me, it's totally Lanfear. Totally Lanfear.
Lanfear. Okay. Yeah. Has that been confirmed anywhere, guys?
I don't believe it has.
Somebody said Elida. They thought it might be.
Could be.
Yeah, Elida. It'd be kind of cool.
Oh, so that's her. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. To me, that looks like Lanfear, man.
Okay, here we go. Thane steals the dagger in Tarvalin. He runs up to the eye. They still need to get Matt completely healed. They follow him, use the ways, get to Faldara, attacked by Trollocs. They need to get to the eye. There has to be a need. There's got to be something that draws them to the eye of the world for the Dragon's Banner. The Horn of Valir, baby. Let's go. Let's blow that bad boy. Let's get those heroes out here.
That's totally the ending. See, and again, we've talked about this. Season 2, I think you can blend them. I think you can blend the Dragon Reborn, and you just mix Faldara and Tyr.
Sure.
Rand's fighting inside, right, with Kalendor, and then on the outside there's a big battle going on, and you blow the Horn of Valir.
Yeah, God, that'd be awesome. I know, but we say it's awesome. People are like, "Oh, it's not how it happened." I mean, again, we're trying to make it fit in these.
Well, yeah. Let me pull. There's yeah. Hold on. There's another. I'll pull this up too. There's a graph actually that's like really awesome, and it sort of shows. I'm gonna screen share again here. Hopefully, it does not flicker.
God.
Okay. Thank God. It's literally
Jesus.
Yeah. Okay. So this is it's a word count of each of the books. So the Eye of the World is sort of right here, right? I guess you can use it as our baseline. So if we use this as a baseline, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's just say that the Eye of the World is one season. Okay. Well, the next 2 books, I guess, are not the shortest. But to me, if you can sort of blend these into being one book, which would be The Great Hunt and The Dragon Reborn, which I think you could.
Yeah.
Then you can do that as a season. Now, the tricky part is when you get to the next block, because those are the 3 biggest books, which is The Shadow Rising, The Fires of Heaven, and Lords of Chaos, which I'm not even into yet. But having read them, once you get past The Great Hunt and The Dragon Reborn, you start to get into the territory in which characters start not showing up or showing up for like frequent bits of time. And so then you begin to sort of like, for example, we just read for our podcast, The Fires of Heaven. Perrin isn't even in the book at all. So what are you going to do with Perrin roughly season 3 to season 4? Well, you start pulling stuff from this book and this book and this book and this book and this book. And so I think eventually we'll sort of be able to do it. So
Yeah, Matt, I mean, you bring up an interesting point. Like, there's whole books where characters are not in it, right?
Right. I mean,
So you can't adapt
this
those
block
season by season.
exactly. This block down here, right, which is Path of Daggers, what is that? Winter's Heart, and then Crossroads of
Yeah.
Twilight. I mean, these are pretty short books. All three of these are pretty short. Now, I haven't
Right.
read them, so I don't know because we're not there yet in the podcast yet. I don't know what you can pull of that and what you can't. But to me, I mean, just knowing I spend a lot of time on the Reddit, and everyone's over there is really sort of good at not spoiling stuff. Memory of Light to me seems like it has to be its own season, and there's just no way around it.
What? So yeah. What the last?
So from everything I've seen in the subreddit, which is really good at not spoiling stuff, the Wheel of Time subreddits, is that A Memory of Light simply has to be its own.
Oh yeah,
its own season, and there's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Yeah, it's its own thing. 100%. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, a lot of that stuff that can be condensed. Some people call it the slog, where there's just a lot of, narrating different scenes and expanding on people's thoughts and a lot of stuff that they can cut out, and they will. They will do that.
So that's ultimately what we have to get to, and where we have to go.
Yeah.
So, okay. Well, I think what I'm going to do is, I think it's probably okay at this time. We're not going to leave the live stream, but Ez and I are recording our audio this just for our general podcast. So we're going to do an outro here. We're still going to hang out on YouTube. But we're just going to sort of get our podcast outro. It just makes it easier for recording since we're doing this live. So,
and while we have everyone here, by the way, we do have episodes on Apple Podcast, right? We've got some Apple Premiere stuff over there for folks. We've got stuff on Patreon, live hangouts we're bringing on the show, all that good stuff. Please please subscribe. All those good things are really important, and they're helpful. They help our podcast quite a bit. So
absolutely. So all in all, loved the episode. For those of you guys hanging out here on YouTube, we're not going anywhere. We're just going to do a quick outro for our podcast. So with that, we'd like to thank you guys for listening, hanging out with us here on Heroes of the Horn. We super appreciate it, guys, because this whole season, this whole show has been absolutely fan-freaking-tastic. So we will see you guys next week for episode 5, which is Blood Calls Blood. And remember that the grave is no bar to our call.
Oh, let's go.
Boom. Okay, so done recording for the podcast. I think that worked out well. And now we're just hanging out here on YouTube. But yeah, guys, we do a podcast as well.
Is my voice
as
gone?
You're good, man. You're good.
Absolutely.
So let's see here. So let me see what everyone else is saying. Awesome. Can't wait to watch the episode. Has anybody been able to watch it before midnight release? Yeah, I think it all releases. Enable super chats. We will be. Super chats will be enabled by the next live stream. We actually just crossed 1,000 a week ago, and so that's what you have to hit in order to turn all of that stuff on. So we're still hanging out, by the way, Mark and everybody. We record that for our podcast, guys, so we're not going anywhere. We're still hanging out.
A week ago, the number, we were finishing an episode going, we got 30, 40 listeners, kind of dwindling down, got down to 20. We were like, we should probably call it. Jesus, criminy, by the light, what the hell is going on in here?
Yeah, midnight GMT, which Ez thought stood for Grand Mountain Time.
Grand Mountain Time. Dragon Mount. That's what I thought. Oh, golly. Guys, I'll tell you what.
All right, give me 1 second. Actually, I'm going to come right back. I'm just going to grab some water real quick, Ez.
Hey, when you...
I literally...
Hurry.
And then I'm gonna go. I literally sprinted in here because I was coming right from Thanksgiving episode. So yeah, I'll be right back.
No, this is cool. I actually just enjoy it. And earlier, before I always go live when I watch the episode, I haven't figured out yet how to put like a timer on the screen. I'm gonna figure out how to put a timer up so when I click play, it syncs and you guys can kind of see where I'm at in the episode. That'd be kind of cool. So what the F is GMT? Yeah, apparently it's. What is it, guys? I'm in the Mountain Time reel. Apparently it's over there in England or something. And then they have we didn't know. The first week we thought the episodes were dropping early, and they're like, no, this is actually just when Amazon drops them. And I was like, oh, okay. So my reactions are still up there as to when we thought it had dropped, and I freaked out. So yeah, Greenwich. Yeah. Super cool. I think let's see here if we got. I might actually invite one of my buddies on. Copy this. See if Ryan wants to hop on here. You guys remember Ryan from last time? We had him on the show. He's probably like, Ez, I'm not ready. I think he was, Turkey Day's got people down. By the way, hopefully everyone did have a happy Thanksgiving, happy holidays, all that good stuff. Been kind of rough couple years, so it's just nice to have the Wheel of Time out, and it's nice to be able to get back to some normalcy, just a bit. Oh my gosh. Nexus event. Oh my god, I'm so yeah, people don't like. I mean, I get this was kind of boring, right? Some people were kind of like, I'm not so sure how I feel about this storyline, but I was surprised by the dialogue. And like Matt and I said, I was actually surprised that the way the Leaf was so appealing in terms of, or that it could appealing, I say, right? It was done differently for sure, and better than the books. Not better than books, but made you feel more like, okay, I kind of get what she's after here. Revenge, but through peace. Kind of cool. Yeah, Stephanie, that's a good point. I brought this up a lot. They did do all this during the pandemic. Like all these things were done during the pandemic, and kind of hard to imagine.
German mealtime.
German mealtime, yeah. Super boring in the books too. Yeah, they were kind of boring in the books. I get that. Like the Tinkers, they add a new dimension. Yeah, sure. Yeah, hey, actually,
I'm rewatching the ending of episode 4.
Hey, there's a Wheel of Time con in Ohio coming up. They're doing the in Columbus, Ohio, Matt. Nablus and those guys are doing the Wheel of Time like fan convention. Did you see that? It's coming up next summer.
Oh, down.
Yeah, it's in Columbus. And so I was telling somebody was asking, where is everyone from? I'm from Ohio, and so just outside of Columbus, actually. And I actually even said that to Nablus at one point. I'm like, hey, go Bucks, baby. Like,
let's go.
He always wears his Ohio State. He always wears his Ohio State shirt. I'm like, let's go. So Matt's actually from, WalkCon.
Well, I'm from Ohio originally. Right now I live in Portland, Oregon.
Oh my god,
the Tinkers, man. I was like, those look like those people down the street.
Yeah. Oh my god.
The ending of episode 4 was the best so far. Yeah, it's great.
That was good.
Happy Thanksgiving to my American neighbors. I was from Canada. Somebody was in here saying something about Canada had their Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Wait, what?
I think Canada has their Thanksgiving like the week before.
Oh, did they? Okay. Yeah, us dumb Americans. I don't know much about the rest of the world.
Are there Wheel of Time trading cards or NFTs coming soon? I'm sure there are.
Hey, did you guys know there's actually Wheel of Time merch over like on Amazon? You can go buy t-shirts and stuff. I got to get one for the live stream.
We need to make some NFT. How do we get into this?
Don't know.
I invest in crypto, but how do we make our own NFT? Could we make a Horn of Valir NFT?
God. Wow, my God, that'd be sick.
And then you could be a hero of the Horn.
Hey guys, quick question while we're on here. Should Sir Ezra get another drink, or should I just keep drinking water? What do you guys think? I'm trying to figure out.
You sound like I need some water.
I've drank 2 of these things. I'm trying to keep that. I need something cold.
Maybe we need a Chicago Wheel of Time. Hey, Chicago's it's the perfect place to do it because it's one of the easiest airports to fly into.
And actually, I was just there for Star Wars Celebration last year. Freaking love their convention center. It is actually awesome.
Another one. It's the holiday. Literally, 2 people just said that at the exact same.
We'll freaking break out the hard cider over here. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Well, I could go grab one too. I'll man the station here.
You man this bad boy. I'll be right back.
Some great questions here. What did you think of the dream sequences? And somebody else asked something about what do you guys how you imagine Balsamon though? Yeah, actually, it's pretty. Let me pull this up here, and again, try not to, kill everyone's sort of eyes here. If you guys ever get a chance, take a look at the Wheel of Time. There's actually a graphic novel for New Spring and I think Eye of the World. And if you look at it, I'll pull it up here. Balsamon actually looks like they sort of nailed the look, really. Excuse me. And it came out just a couple. Well, I guess I could just go to the wiki too. That's good. So let me screen share here. So if you look right there, I mean, they kind of got that look. They kind of got that look down, I would say. Oh, sorry. With like the eyes and the mouth. I mean, I think it looks pretty. I think it looks pretty cool. But yeah, the graphic novels, I think are super cool. So we're talking about Balsamon, and I'm showing a shot from the graphic novel. I think to me, Balsamon kind of got that look, right?
Yeah. You mean what they're doing with the dream sort of interpretation,
right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, he's scary. He's a scary dude. We need more of him, though. We need more.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a graphic novel of New Spring, which we covered, but I don't know we ever released that video.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, we did not. Yeah, sorry.
And then, which is fine. And then, yeah, there's Eye of the World. I think was as far as they got. But as it gets bigger, perhaps they could dive back into them. I mean, Rosamund Pike just redid the audiobook for the Eye of the World, so I would expect that as this gets bigger, we'll get more of it. There's actually a Wheel of Time video game. We looked up. It's like 2002.
Oh my god!
It's like a first-person shooter.
It looks really awesome. Weird. It actually looked okay.
You're like it's like a first-person shooter. You're like an Aes Sedai, like going around and blast.
I think like
Robert
Jordan,
like it. Yeah,
I think Robert
the guy
Jordan,
met with him.
Yeah, I met with him. I think he was sort of like, it's great. You know, it's
great.
Like I think it's like a prequel or sort of like pre.
When we get in Lego Wheel of Time, yeah, that'd be great.
God, that will be great. Like that will be freaking awesome.
Yeah, let me see if I can pull up some other sort of pictures of the graphic novel here.
This is actually great. I feel like we're just drinking, hanging out like with a bunch of.
Oh, now we are. Yeah.
Bunch of wheelies, and it's just like, God, dude, this is awesome.
Wheelies.
Yeah, CGI. You're right, Matt. Some people were having some issues with the CGI.
Yeah, I will say it was definitely different seeing it. But 4K, sometimes 4K TVs will do that. They'll sort of, you know.
Hey, has anyone listened to the Rosamund Pike? I said Moraine version. Rosamund Pike version of the audiobook. I have the old Michael Kramer, Kate Redding version. So,
the Coin 85. I have not, but everyone keeps telling me I need to. Everyone's like, that's like, trust me, the people who continuously tell me, oh, I wish you guys would cover this. I wish you guys. People are like, you guys should do an Expanse podcast. It's like, guys, we already do Game of Thrones, we do Wheel of Time, we do Star Wars, and we just started a Harry Potter podcast. Where we're
go check that out.
We're going through those books. It's called The Elder Wand, so give that a shot if you guys want.
Yeah. We'll list them off here.
Then I do. Then Ez has the Lord of the Rings podcast. I have a video game one. Yeah, so there were 35 issues of the graphic novel.
Yeah. Right.
And right now I have that one website, the website we like to go through, pulled up, but it, like.
To you guys who are listening to or watch The Expanse, is that like the season? Is this the final season coming up? I think I don't know as I've seen up through three seasons or 4. Can't remember exactly. Yeah, 14 books at 700 pages each. I'd say the show is doing very well. Let's go. Let's freaking go. God, you know what I'm happy about, Matt? Sorry if I'm getting a little excited here. The freaking Dragon Reborn. Logain. Dude, he's on a mission, man. He was trying to be the savior. He wasn't trying to do any wrong.
Here's a question to you guys, because we've talked about it before. Do you think we will see, and I think the way we're going to do it is it's going to be a dream, especially now. So now that they've shown Logain talking to people and Tom is explaining going mad a little bit more, do you think as we get closer and we know that Moraine's going to figure out who the dragon is, I think we've talked about this. We didn't get a prologue chapter of the Eye of the World.
Right.
And I've said that Rand is going to have a dream. And remember, Moraine says, if you guys have dreams, tell me what they are immediately.
Right.
I think that Rand is going to have a dream, and he's going to say, somebody was talking to me, especially now that he's seeing Matt go mad, even though we don't know what it is. I think Rand's going to start to feel like he's going mad, and he's going to say, like, I'm hearing voices. They're talking to me. And Moraine's going to say, like, who are they? What are the voice? Like, he says his name's Luce Theron. She's like, like, and then that's how we'll get it, right? Or he's like, he kept shouting a name, Eliana, right? Like,
oh my
if
God.
we get it that way, it would be like,
oh my God,
awesome.
Eliana, my love.
We have to get that.
God, that's freaking nuts. That would be awesome. The freaking dragon, guys, he's riding again on the winds of time, and he might be Nynaeve. So look the hell out.
It's definitely not Nynaeve.
I mean, she's badass though. Here's the thing, Matt. Do you not like?
She's. I know you've gone back. Character.
I know she's one of my favorite characters. So no one click off, because your boys got you here. I love Nynaeve.
No, it's the best thing about Wheel of Time is.
Tell him.
I know. It's the best thing about Wheel of Time is that everyone has the characters they like and the characters they dislike, because it's like one of my brothers is like, Perrin is my favorite character and I can't stand Nynaeve. My other brother is like, Nynaeve is my favorite character and I can't stand Perrin. And it's like, okay then.
Yeah. I know it's crazy. Yeah, who are you guys' favorite characters? We got a lot of people in here. Just kind of drop a comment down. Favorite characters. Mine, let me think. Fudge. It's freaking Loyal. I love Loyal, and there's not enough of him. I mean, one of my favorites is Inktar as well, too. So he's freaking dark friend. And I would say Nynaeve. I love Nynaeve. Like, I had a major crush. Still do.
For me, where we're at, again, I've only read up to book 5. I've just started book 6. So I would say that my favorite, I mean, Brand's like my favorite character, but he's sort of like the de facto. So I try to avoid saying Rand is my favorite character. I would have to say I do love the show version of Lan.
Yeah.
I also really love the show version of Tom Maryland. So
yeah.
But Tom is also one of my favorite characters. Of the male characters, I would say in the books, we actually don't get a lot of Lan, at least where I'm at in the books. So I wish we had more. Same thing with Tom. Is like, I wish I had more. So I would say my favorite book character is Matt, but really I would say, I don't know. I kind of like Elaine, and I really like Avienda a lot.
Wow.
Yeah. I think Avienda is awesome. I think Avienda is bad. And yeah, Avienda is awesome. We literally just lost 6 listeners once I said that.
So, yeah, we did. That's why people are
people are not Avienda fans.
Nynaeve. Anything else is just plain wrong. I get you.
They have not cast Avienda, at least as far as we know. There is a rumored casting though of Avienda. Yeah, I have to find her.
Yeah, Zoe Robbins is killing it, by the way. She is so sweet. Go watch her in interviews and stuff and just see her. I mean, her acting. That's people forget. She is totally playing a role here. I mean, that's not who, like, when you watch her just in interviews and stuff, you're like, wait, what? it's sort of jarring to see her be not Nynaeve, I guess, actually. So yeah, I know Barney is doing a great job. Barney Harris is absolutely wonderful, and he's killing it with his performance. I really like it too. So whoa, Avienda's confirmed yesterday a casting.
Yeah, but they haven't said who.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, that is wild. Yeah, they are young. A lot of these we forget too. This is a young cast, and some of them this is their biggest. Like their acting is going to get better, and I already think it's pretty good, like really good, actually. So it's only going to get better from here. Wild. Let me see here. You looking for the casting?
Yeah, I have the. I'm just going to show a little bit of this really quick. Hold on. Share screen. Share. So this is just so here I have this pulled up here. It's some of the graphic novel. I think it's really cool. We use this website called like Read Comics Online, where you get to read a lot of comics for free. You probably also get a bunch of viruses, so be forewarned about going there. But it is cool because they literally have a ton of stuff. And so this is kind of it's just kind of cool. You get to check out some of the some of the graphic novels and stuff, and they have like everything like Star Wars and Marvel and DC and everything there. But it's pretty cool just to be able to see the graphic novel adaptation of it.
Right. Oh yeah, it's real cool. Yes. Nice.
Yeah, laying here is like a. Geez, we were reading that New Spring one, man.
Yeah, be careful.
Be careful.
Be careful what you show on the screen. I don't want this getting taken down.
I don't get that flag, man. That New Spring one was a little adult. I was like, whoa,
very adult,
very adult. We can't show that on YouTube. We'll get flagged.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, whoa.
They take discipline at the White Tower to another level.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I think the music's been great. I do think the sound in this is awesome. You know, at first the first time I heard the Wheel of Time theme, I was kind of like, this is all right. Now I'm like into it.
Yeah, for sure. Matt, are we gonna see? So sorry, switching gears here because we brought up that whole comic thing. I thought there was gonna be nudity. I thought there was gonna be an intimate scene with the Greens and their warders. Too. And there's not.
So they said, because Rosamund Pike said something about there being nudity, right? And so like right out of the gate, we see, hey, the golden gluteus, right?
Yeah.
We haven't seen anything else since then, though. So we'll see. We have to wait and see.
Right. Not that I'm pushing for it. I'm just surprised. I thought we were going to. So
yeah.
Land
looks like the dad from the Invincible without the mustache. Yeah, in the graphic novel version. Yeah, he's but they're cool. The graphic novel is cool. And it could be something where they come back and maybe they do another adaptation of it. Because again, Game of Thrones had that. And then they started doing more and more once it kind of took off. So you never know what all we get. We got video games with Game of Thrones and stuff like that. I want a Wheel of Time video game. Yeah, it'd be cool. I want something sweet.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, the time is now for that. Like that needs to happen.
There's a rumor. There's a Bella nude scene.
Yeah, you don't need to overdo nudity and that kind of stuff. No,
right.
It's just enough to be like, oh,
right. Man. I have heard one of the things that about again from somebody who's watched Wheel of Time and watched Game of Thrones, doesn't read the books, just sort of watched it, and they said one of the things they liked about Wheel of Time compared to Game of Thrones is that it's a lot less rapey. And I was like, okay, I can see that. I think that's a fair. If you just you don't really, you just watch the show. I think that's definitely there is certainly a lot less of that compared to Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Game of Thrones much more shock factor. Definitely.
Right. If they do nudity,
the books too. I mean, the books are way. I mean, the Game of Thrones books. I mean, same thing, and I love them too. Even the Dunk and Egg books, which you and I love. Even in that, like, it's like, man, you could almost, that's almost like a kid's book. Then you get to the end of it and it's like talking about like somebody's head getting split open and like falling, like, oh,
Right. See, I think when Rosamund Pike talks about nudity, we're gonna see like
stuff like that.
an intimate scene where people are
Right.
naked. You can't see everything, but you can see their backs and you can see them
Right.
kissing and whatever.
Yeah, the
Cooties flying
nudity,
around.
the nudity is mostly implied in the books. Yeah, definitely a lot less incest. There is some polygamy though. We'll see. We'll see.
Mhm.
We'll see that. But yeah, I think because yeah, in the books, it's like a lot of the romantic scenes just sort of fade to black essentially on the page. If you want to talk about that, and
Right.
even the nudity when it does take place, it's not like Game of Thrones. It's like, hey, we're walking into a brothel, and the nudity is supposed to be sort of, sensual and all of this stuff. Here, it's more of a vulnerability thing. Like when the
Yeah.
girls go into Teleron Riyadh, right, for
Right.
their training and they're nude. It's more so because it's like it's a trial. Do you have to show that in the show? No, not at all.
No.
You don't have to. You don't have to do that. So I think I
It
wouldn't.
can
In fact, I wouldn't
Matt,
do it. I just don't need.
it can be
There's no need to
implied.
do it.
It can be implied just from, like, they look down and all you see is shoulders. You don't have to do all that stuff.
I
Right.
would just have even if you have them walk in as whatever, like the whole the purpose of it is more so that they're offered these like different lives, you know, as a trial. So I don't think that you don't need to do that.
Yeah. There and again, so, like, yeah, the nudity in this could be like sweat tints, right? All the IEL women
Right.
go in and they're nude, right? They're naked in
Right.
the sweat tent. But is that like that's not like what you saw in Game of Thrones, which was like sex scenes, like real
Right.
explicit. It's just normal nudity. It's just nude. It's just nudity. It's whatever.
Right. And yes, Mark says, yeah, there are some Forsaken that get over the top with that. But again,
It's true.
you just make them more sort of seductive, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's sort of the purpose is of them, is their seductive nature.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
I was at, because again, that's one of the things we talked about where we talked about like, man, I really feel like Wheel of Time, you could almost make PG-13 and then it opens it up to that much more of an audience.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
This episode had a lot less sort of, because at first we were like, what's even blood gonna be like? And I was like, all right, well, the Trollocs are just kind of gory a little bit, right? There's like pulling out intestine and stuff like that. This episode there wasn't really any of that. There was definitely throats getting cut open and stuff.
Oh my god. Barrelane in the Stone of Tear was probably as close to a
Yeah.
nude scene in the audiobooks. Yeah. Golly. Hey, Barrelane was using that like a weapon, though. That was her thing.
Hey, use those using her feminine wiles.
Mm.
What's everyone saying online? I gotta go to Twitter. I haven't even seen it. I haven't even, because I hopped on here. What's everyone saying about the show?
Let's see. I was gonna ask if our buddy Ryan wanted to share his thoughts. Had Ryan on during our hangout. Was one of our patrons.
Yeah, by the way, guys, for our higher tier patrons, we'll bring you live on the show. We did one last week, had 2 people hop in for that, so definitely check that out over on our Patreon.
Did you guys watch episode 4? It's amazing. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Loved it.
Yeah, that's what we've been here chatting about, man.
Yeah.
Let me see. What is ever? I'm trying to see. Let's see here. Go to Twitter and see what everyone's kind of saying.
Twitter is blowing up serious love. Okay. Actually, let me go.
Let me see here. Okay, need to say it. Leandrin is kind of badass. Somebody showed this. I might have to show this because this is definitely pretty accurate here. This is funny. I'm going to share this. Somebody shared a oh, sorry for the flicker. Goku going Super Saiyan.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And everyone's like, that's basically what happens is Nynaeve goes full on Super Saiyan here.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Nailed it. Man, everyone's loving it.
Right, a lot of good stuff.
Said the little doll named Burgett, Tom fighting the Fade, Rand in his dreams, low gain, Lana Nynaeve. Do I need to say more? Moraine being an overall boss, but seriously, when Nynaeve comes in hot with that anger, yeah, people are loving it.
Right. Episode 1. Oh, polls out.
Here's one. Even the ring bothered me. Why the heck did they add a big glow bulb to show the Aja color? It's like a round ring pop. It bothers me.
Right. So, yeah. Matt, the Dusty Will did a poll, so shout out to him again. I just think it's blowing me away. Almost 1,000 votes, and it was 2 hours ago he posted this. Favorite episode so far, 1,000 votes, 86% episode 4.
Oh, we should do a poll,
dude. Hey, we could come up with one. What do we got? Let's come up.
Same thing. Then just put which, because you get 4 choices on Twitter.
Yeah. But what do you think about? I mean, that's bringing more people are, coming. Let me move that. Coming back in, right? They're saying, what? Hey, I stuck around for 4 and I like 4, and 4's got me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Episode. I think each episode's gotten better, to be entirely honest. I feel like 2 is better than 1, 3 is better than 2, and then you could say 4 is better than 3. I really liked 3, I think, but I mean, again, I've liked them all. So, let me see what else people are saying. Wow, episode 4 of the Wheel of Time is so good. Crying, like loving it, man. Yeah, Twitter's I would say is from just what I'm just looking at latest to see anyone who's talking about Wheel of Time. But once you're 4 episodes in, I think it's pretty fair to say that the people who are watching it the minute it comes out are going to be Wheel of Time hardcore fans.
Yeah, for sure.
Watched all 4 episodes together and called it a movie. It was great.
Yeah. I'm making this a poll right now.
Wheel of Time looks good. Very Lord of the Rings like. I'm down. Yeah. Pretty positive. That's good.
Ooh, here we go.
Yeah. Sweet.
Nice.
Blood and Ashes episode 4 is amazing.
Yeah, it's Blood and Ashes.
Nobody said Blood and Ashes yet.
Oh, they should be swearing like that. They should not.
They have said other things, but I think they've said SHITE.
What?
Yeah, pretty sure somebody said that. Technically, you don't necessarily want to swear on stream because YouTube does not do that well. Yes, Logan was gentled, but yes, I do believe nobody has said Blood and Ashes yet. That's why, we need to bring the Blood and Ashes in. I think the book people will be a little more, into it.
Rafe said the swearing. Wait, what? Will come. Thank God.
By the light.
God, let's get Ryan in here.
Yeah, bring him on in, man.
All right, let me share. Let me send him the link. By the way, if we have any patrons on right now, let me know.
Yeah, absolutely. If you haven't, if you're a patron and you want in, we can. So
we're just saying now.
We can get you guys in here. Absolutely.
It's literally just copy paste. I have Patreon pulled up or my DM. Hit me up. You can go to the Horn of Valir. I got that open up on Twitter. Give me a message in the comments. Let me know if you send us a message here. Okay. So Matt, everyone was just talking when you were watching it, asking questions?
Oh yeah, God, man. And everyone's like, "Well, who's this guy? What's he do?" And it's like, because I was watching with like, it was my fiance Teresa, right? And she's watched it, right? And so she's kind of she knows what's going on. But then we get halfway through the episode, and she's like, "I feel like I'm missing stuff," because again, we've been eating Thanksgiving, drinking, and it's like we're like halfway through the episode, and it's like, I feel like I'm missing stuff. Can I turn the subtitles on? And I'm just like, Jesus Christ. Like, so we have to pause. We have to pause the episode, try to figure out how to turn subtitles on, Well, hold on. I'm going to go to the bathroom, come back. It's like, oh my God.
Oh, my God.
So I have to watch it again, to really sort of get it. Wheel of Time opening theme, not as good as Game of Thrones or Expanse. I haven't noted the Expanse. I will agree that it is not sort of as immediately iconic as Game of Thrones. I think it's cool. I don't know that anything will ever be as good as Game of Thrones opening. I mean, that's pretty sweet. But it's good. Yeah. It's cool.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Oh, here he comes. Here he comes. Oh, we're bringing in the real Dragon Reborn, buddy.
We need somebody to do some of the lifting, because Ez is I'll change the background here because it works.
Ryan, I'm dead. I'm freaking dead.
Ezra's voice is gone, guys.
Dude, I needed you in here so bad. God, you're the man. Sorry about the Lions. Did the Lions win today?
No, but that's fine because they're the Lions. So they did what we expect them to do.
Honestly, I didn't watch the end, so I'm sorry. I'm sorry, brother. Hey, how you doing?
I have a friend here in Indianapolis. So Indianapolis, half the people are fans of the Colts and half of them are fans of the Bears. And he's a Bears fan, and he went up to Detroit to the game. So I'm happy for Mike.
There you go.
But for the episode, thanks for bringing me back on. This is awesome. It's so much fun to come in and talk about this stuff, and I'm loving the community. I mean, you guys' chat has been blowing up tonight. It's
blowing up over 150 people. I think we peaked at 100. Oh, perfect. I think we peaked at 150 people.
150. It's freaking nuts. Well, again, so tomorrow is when the Dusty Wheel, his big show, goes live. I think it's 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I'll be watching that. I love that show. So he's great. I was on with Matt Hatch dude. I was on that show back when they were talking about the audio clip, simply just the audio clip that was released, no trailer. I was like, what? So great. But hey, Ryan, we got you here. Thoughts?
Man, I have so many thoughts because it was such a great episode. I mean, my goodness. The last third of the episode with everything in, with Logain, there's so much that happens there. There's so much action that I almost forgot the first 2/3 of the episode. As I'm sitting here watching you guys talk about it, I'm like, oh yeah, we had all that other stuff going on, because it was just so overwhelming what happens at the end of the episode. It was amazing. I loved it. I was so happy. Everyone in here saying it's the best episode so far is right, because it's not a takeaway against any of the other episodes. It was just, man, this one brought it. They brought it this week.
I mean, they freaking brought it, dude. Like the polls.
What do you think, Ryan? What did you think? What did you think? Nuts. What did you think of Nynaeve going Super Saiyan, as we're calling it?
She like exploded. I sent a thing in our chat that we have going, where I was like, so this time it was the power was tossing her hair, because her hair is just like floating like she's in space when she's in the middle of it. Was that was kind of unexpected. I'm not saying that I didn't like it. I thought it was fine. I hadn't really put any thought into what they were going to do when they show Nynaeve finally break, I guess you could say, and she snapped, and she was, they talk about in the books, her power really comes out when she's upset and she's angry. And is this like a foreshadowing of she's starting to get a little bit of feels for Lan, and she sees them there dying and she snaps?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, exactly. She's getting them feels. She's all lit up.
Because they talk about it, their little conversation in the woods, and boy, did they evoke some emotions out of me when they start, her face when he tells her what her parents said to her, and she never knew. She just knew what the words were. She didn't know what they meant.
Those were the last words her parents said to her, man.
That was great.
losing my mind.
Yeah.
And you can tell too, it was also like something important to land. The last words that were spoken to his father and so on. I'm like, what the heck? Making so many freaking connections. Just awesome.
I
Awesome
really
stuff.
liked, we got a little bit of backstory on Lan, talking about where he's from, a little bit of his, we're gonna find it again someday. That was awesome.
That's awesome. That's actually kind of sick though. Come on, Matt.
Sorry, it didn't line up like I thought it would. Sorry, apologies.
I'm in the way. It's my fault.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
No,
well,
right.
once Ez and I are there, it would only work for this right here because you have 3 people. I'll find something else. I'll find something here.
No, but yeah, keep going. Yeah.
A couple things that I had written down here as little notes that I was going to shoot off at you guys as I was watching.
Let's go.
Egwene tells is it the Tinker or is it Perrin? And he goes, is he it's the Tinker, and he's like, there's someone that you're missing. Is he gone? And she goes, no, I would know. That really caught me, and I wrote that down as a note. I wanted to come back, circle around to that.
Oh my God.
That was really cool. Would she know? So she's feeling the power. She would know that his power is gone, or she would just know that someone she cares about so much is now gone. I really like that.
I freaking love that you brought that. We didn't mention that at all. So yeah, to folks in the comments, like, what do you guys think? Is that, I mean, what is that? They have a connection, they have a bond. Did she really mean it? Would she really know if he was gone? It felt like the freaking Force, in Star Wars. Like, you could tell if someone had gone, like they would know. And to me, I was like, that's freaking awesome. And she's in love, and they're going. I mean, we can already see it set up. They're going to go different paths. They have their own. They're being woven in such a way that, yeah. So I want to know what people think about that. Actually, Ryan, sorry, I didn't mention this in the episode. I got to ask you this, and Matt, do you remember the line where Moraine talks about the wheel not having its own will? I was like, wait a second. So the wheel weaves as the wheel wills.
Right.
And she said that. I was like, holy, they're doing something. That's just not some idle line that she threw out there.
Mm-hmm.
No one has talked. We haven't talked about that yet at all. And I can't remember where it's at. I've only watched it once, but I was like, wait, hold on a second. We know that the wheel weaves as it wills. What was she talking about there? What is she saying?
No, it's a good question, because they immediately correlated to what the river, the water is going the direction, and it's not going there because it wants to. It's just its way. I kind of had a couple thoughts on that. I was asking that same question. Then I was like, are they setting this up where the events that are coming are going to change her mind on this?
Mm-hmm.
Or is this what she believes, and she's gonna learn through what's coming that's not how the wheel works, or is that how the wheel works? And destiny is not locked in stone. You have to actually go out and put in the work to get your end goal, or get to the end game, win the end game.
And that's the cool thing about the Wheel of Time. Things just can't kind of keep happening, and you have all this the wheels weaving, it's spinning you back out. What was said about the Way of the Leaf is that I want to create something. I want to work towards a better life later, that at each turning of the wheel, we're hoping to get further. Like, the wheel's not just stationary. It's not going to just turn in one space. We hope that it turns to where it moves along and progress is made. You know what I mean? And I was like, this is pretty cool. This is actually pretty cool. And maybe that's kind of the idea, is that you're trying to work towards a better life, but more, you have to have choice. You have to, like, inside of the wheel working, you also have to have the ability to do what you need to do. But the wheel will weave a web of destiny. The Taviran are those X factors that make it all kind of interesting. So yeah, it's just a tool. Katie.
And I did like the conversation that she has with the other Aes Sedai at a different point, where they're talking about, I had it in my head when you were talking, and now it's slipping out.
Oh, you're good. What about the wheel?
Talking about the wheel, and it'll come to me. It's late. I haven't had enough seltzers yet.
Let's go.
Tell you here, man.
Katie,
real real quick.
Rifle one off.
Because we got Ryan on here. Man, did everybody have a good Thanksgiving? What'd you guys eat? What'd you
Way
have
too many mashed potatoes.
Dude.
Mashed potatoes, turkey.
Yes.
For me, it's like I feel the reason I love Thanksgiving, some people call it Turkey Day, but I've always called it Gravy Day. Okay. It's the one day of the year where I can pour gravy on literally all of my food and nobody bats an eye. All right. You pour gravy all over your food at like, Valentine's Day. It's like, oh, buddy, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you do it on Thanksgiving, nobody bats an eye. Yeah. Mashed potatoes, turkey, stuffing, whatever.
So much good stuff.
Get that green bean casserole out.
Dude, I can't believe you just said that.
The green bean casserole might as well be the black or red aja. Get it out.
Dude, it's the fruit cake. It's the fruit cake. No one cares. Like, I don't know why people make it. It was at my house and it sat there and people said, do you want to take this home for leftovers? And I said, if I ever see that again, I don't know why I say that. Yeah, but no, it's crazy. It's crazy. I did have, by the way, cheesy potatoes, mashed potatoes, sweet potatoes. What else did I have? Sweet potato casserole.
What Thanksgiving food is the dark friend where you go in and you're like, this could be good. And then you have it and you realize it is not. It's bad. What is the dark friend of Thanksgiving food?
Well, I've never had cranberry sauce. You guys ever have cranberry sauce on your?
Like cranberry sauce is good, man. Yeah,
I've never had it, so I need to try that. I don't know if it's probably good. Okay, Matt, I'll be honest with you. It depends on the turkey. Sometimes that turkey's dry. Sometimes that turkey itself was the dark friend.
Right.
It's
typically the dark meat is not the dark friend. It's good.
That's true.
The white meat on turkey sometimes is like the white cloaks. Not, you think it's good, but it's really not.
It's really not.
But it's still not Brussels sprouts. Oh, Brussels sprouts are.
Yeah, they're good.
Cranberry sauce is a trolic.
This was news to me, but apparently the theme that I keep seeing questions on different news stations and people talking on Twitter. Yeah. I didn't know that mac and cheese was such a big part of Thanksgiving. I don't think I've ever had it at a Thanksgiving.
Oh yeah.
And I've seen a lot of stuff out there like people are saying, yeah, get rid of the mac and cheese. It's the thing that needs to go, right? Everyone's got the meme of like 10 things that would be at the dinner. And they're like, which one are you getting rid of? I didn't know mac and cheese was a thing for Thanksgiving.
Cheesy potatoes is what it is in my family. It's just cheesy potatoes. So that's a good point. I don't know.
Green bean casserole is goated. Get him out of here.
Oh my god.
Here we go. Hey, here's a question. All right, what did you guys think of the opening scene of Logan? The voices speaking to him, how he was still a decent person and didn't kill the king. I thought it was great. I loved everything with Logan, and I love the way that they're setting him up to be super cool, because as I haven't gotten there yet in the books, but every time you tell me, you're like, man, I love Logan later on.
Yeah, Logan's freaking awesome. He's freaking great. And that's the thing. I was worried they were going to ruin this opening. So I'm a book reader. I'm a fan of the series, and I have the same concerns that some people have, deviating too far. If you can keep true to the spirit of this character, he believes. He was on this path of glory. He thought he was doing what was right. He's that guy who literally, Matt, believed purely that he was doing the right thing, that he was fulfilling the prophecy, the signs, whatever. God dang it, man. And then he's taken down. He's not the one. When he gets to Camelin and he sees Rand and his head rolls back and he starts laughing because he looks out and he freaking sees the dragon. And he's laughing, he's roaring with loud, like, wow, they got me in this cage. And that guy is just Tavira.
So do you think that's why they kind of did that scene with Nynaeve, and now they're just really pushing along the idea that it could be any of them?
Yes, they are.
Because again, so Ryan, I was talking about this. Is that I watched it with I was over at Thanksgiving watching it, and people were like, "Oh, I want to watch it." I'm like, I got like, for me, it's like I want to watch it in my office on my computer, nobody else around. Leave me alone, whatever. And so so watching it with my fiance's stepmom and her dad, and then we were all watching it, and so she had watched the first 3 episodes. She's like into it, but again, totally not a book reader, knows nothing about it except, hey, here's the show Matt told me to watch. and watched the first 2 episodes and loved it. And so she is trying to figure out who the dragon is. She's like, well, they keep saying that could be the dragon. So she's like, oh, it's got to be her. It's got to be her. Like, you know what? After this episode.
I agree. I think all of us that are the book readers of us have some friend or some friends out there that are coming into this and experienced, and it's fun for all of us to have them go through those questions. I'm sure it's the same thing for Ez as you guys have been doing the podcast, as he asks you the questions. All right, we just read through this chapter, this set of chapters.
Exactly.
What do you think's coming? It's so much fun for us as the podcast listeners to have you speculate and go through, explain why you think, and then we're like, no.
Right.
Or as we come into the next chapters, and you're like, man, I was so wrong on that.
Well, it's like when we were first going through, and I was like, I remember going through Eye of the World again. And it's like, I knew like a few things about the series, and we get there, and I'm like, I don't know. I think Rand and Egwene are totally getting together. And Ez is like, well, we'll just have to wait and see, buddy. Like, we'll
wait and find out.
And then Matt grabs the dagger, and I'm like, well, this is obviously a terrible idea. It's like, but again, it's like, don't know how it's gonna go and stuff like that.
Yeah, but here's something interesting. This is where I want to compliment the show, because if you were ever that person who was reading and thought, yeah, there's something there, like, you can't tell me that before the Eye of the World, some season beforehand, they didn't get together and kiss or make out in some hayloft or whatever. You know what I mean? Something went down. Now they moved it along quite a bit. They implied quite a bit of intimacy, which is great,
right?
Because Rand,
there's a whole new meaning to he who comes with the dawn.
Oh, Lord have mercy! It wasn't even dawn yet, buddy. Anyway, anyways, there's the part though later on in the series, the portal stones. God, I'm losing my voice. The portal stones. You remember when they go through and he sees, the flicker. There's the flicker, the portal stones, different times where he sees a life that he had with Egwene, and she sees it too. So, like, it's there. Go ahead and just really show it to us. Like, really give us a bit more of that, because that's something the book didn't do. That was another lifetime. That's the world of what if. That's the possibility. That's a thread that didn't make its way into the weave. So yeah, I thought it was cool.
Here's real quick. Shout out just to some new people joining the stream here. Follow Doris, my 13. Hello, everyone. Just finished the episode. Getting on here. Katie Sensei saying loved experience with non-book readers. Darkhound Slobber. I just finished it too. You think we're gonna see some Darkhounds?
Gosh, that could, the piece that he said would come forward and from episode or from the Dragon Reborn,
Great Hunt, or
yeah, it might be that.
I'm trying to think of which book it is now.
It's the Dragon Reborn when she fights Moraine fights the Darkhound. Darkhound Slobber, correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's correct. Is that like something when Rafe says something from book 3? It could be something as simple as that. We're just going to see one of those characters or those creatures walk onto the screen.
So hear me out, guys. So I think in the next episode, the next episode we've talked about, or the next episode we were looking at the descriptions, and it says Perrin and Egwene run into familiar faces, which we think are the White Cloaks. Then it says Matt and Rand meet new ones or strange ones, right? And 2 characters we know we're going to see at season 1 is we're going to see Loyal, and I think this is where we pick up Loyal, and we're going to see Min, and I think we're going to get both of them perhaps in this next episode. Now, if we do that, do you think Loyal introduces the idea of being Ta'Veren, which I think then also sort of further pushes, because right now, if you went into this knowing nothing, like no books, no anything, you're thinking, okay, well, all right, maybe this Nynaeve is the dragon, right? You're total just going in, whatever. I'll watch this show, whatever, check it out. Because again, this is the weekend, by the way. So I think it was really smart of them to do this, because this is the weekend where people have 2 days off. A lot of people, right? Thanksgiving, Friday, they have this whole extended weekend. All right, they're streaming stuff. And so you get 4 episodes, right? So they're going to go into next week being like, is this like Nynaeve person, the dragon? So then I think the next episode is where we meet Loyal and we meet Min and we get introduced to the idea of being Taviran. And then maybe we start pushing the idea that just all 5 of them, for the show at least, are going to be Taviran. And that's going to explain why they all have mysterious things. And then maybe we get a little bit more on that being like, okay, so just because they could be Taviran, but that doesn't mean that they're the dragon. So it could still, so then it shifts us back to the idea that it could still be any of them.
Well, question, did they say,
I don't think the word Taviran's been spoken yet in the show.
But yeah, there's been 4. She says there's 4 Taviran. When
you're right.
No,
you're right. You're sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, you're correct.
But
yes,
Matt, my question is like because as you're talking, I'm sitting here going, wait a second.
You're correct.
She says that one of the 5 of you for the dragon, but then 4 Taviran.
4 Taviran.
So
and then no.
So this left out.
So in episode 1, Moraine says there's rumors of there's 4 Taviran or whatever. It could be the 4 of you. The dark friend in episode 3 says it's one of the 5 of you.
Right.
And now I think
the dragon to be the dragon.
Right.
Yeah.
And so now I think that Moraine, I think the whole Nynaeve thing is going to show that Moraine was not considering her eligible because when she talks to Nynaeve in the cave with the pool, the women's circle sort of pool, she's asking her age. So that makes you like 25, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So I think because then she's talking about Logain and she's saying he's too old. Like, so.
Right. Now, hear me out. And guys in the chat, you can correct me if I'm wrong here. I don't think, do they know they're Taviran? I think just Moraine says there's a rumor of it. I don't know that they actually know that they are Taviran. So Loyal could be that.
I think Loyal is going to do it next episode, which would be awesome.
That'd be awesome. That would be awesome.
I freaking did she lie about her age? That's something else. I think it's possible she just doesn't know.
Yeah, her whole backstory. I mean, yeah, it's just her backstory. I don't think she lied about it. I think she just I don't know.
She's being secretive on her past though. She won't talk about where she's from because doesn't she allude or someone allude?
I think it's possible she doesn't. I think it's she says. I think she says that she but I think it's possible that she doesn't. I think it's possible she doesn't know exactly how old she is herself.
Right. She was little when her parents said the saying, the whole thing. That, by the way, because remember when she was putting the lantern into the river?
Yeah.
She's crying. She's crying either about, I thought at the time, about all the loss, or well, sorry, not all the loss. The attack hasn't happened yet, but like Perrin's Layla, I thought, did she have the child, lose the child, the whole thing, her parents, something else? What is it that Nynaeve is holding inside?
Correct me if I'm mistaken, and again, I'm a first-time book reader here.
Yeah.
Has that even really been gone over yet?
What?
Min's
like
backstory?
Backstory.
Yeah.
No.
I don't think so.
In the books. No. Not where we're at.
No. And
it might be later, which is fine, but
I just won't say anything. Yeah, because it really, I don't think it matters. It's not really stated much. There's really not much on it.
Right.
She was brought. I mean, again, she apprenticed from another village when the wisdom died.
Exactly.
That.
Right.
But unless I'm wrong, guys, in the comments, let me know. Because again, as is, my mind's all over the place.
Yeah, it says right here her backstory was different in the books, which is fine.
I really like the note that Katie put up that you put up on the screen here, going back just a little bit when she asks, does Moraine now believe that Nynaeve is the dragon reborn after her healing? And I was wondering, does Logain think that?
I think Logain
in that moment, because his comment, the sun, or more powerful than the sun, or compared to the sun, whatever it is that the Aes Sedai had told them.
Logain, I definitely think does at this moment, but I think Moraine, has viewed all of them, especially Rand. I would say Rand and Egwene and Nynaeve is because she didn't really like talk to Matt or do anything with that, and then Perrin like gets split up so quickly that she doesn't really see, like she definitely doesn't know that like Perrin's getting wolf dreams and stuff like that. But when Rand shouts at her in episode 2, if you go back and look at it, it's like they're only on her for a second, but the way she looks at him before she's like, all right, well, I run out of time. Like the way she looks at him in that segment, like go rewatch that quick little scene. The way she looks at him to me is like, oh, she knows there's something up with Rand.
Right. Well, and Nynaeve's not there. So that's the big thing, right? So now she's thinking, Rand. I thought about Rand, and then Nynaeve showed up. So now she's got 2. If you're Moraine, she's like narrowing it down to 2 people, possibly.
Right. I will say though, this is, I mean, we talked about this. The idea that a woman could be the dragon, is obviously a huge change. That it's even a possibility. Ultimately, I still believe it's going to be Rand. I mean, I think that's got it. I mean, if you don't go down that route, you're going to have to do some serious explaining to do that. But right now, it's kind of the funnest part of the show is that it's kind of surprising and interesting. And it's because she doesn't know that Rand is the dragon until we don't get that sort of explained until the end of Eye of the World.
Right.
I really like how they set this episode up. I believe if you're not a book reader and you don't know, I bet most of the people are thinking, oh, so Logain is one of the 5.
Oh yeah. Possibly, yeah.
Right.
If there's anyone in the comments that doesn't know and we're spoiling it for you, then I'm sorry.
She is concerned. Quick question. Yeah, thing here. As I'm just gonna share this real quick here.
Good.
Mark says she's really concerned that Logain is the dragon. I mean, she is legit. Yeah. She's legit thinking about it as Logain is sitting there, or excuse me, as Lan comes in and talking to her, and she's kind of running the numbers in her head. She's like an accountant. Like, hold on, I got to run these numbers again.
Right.
Yeah,
right. So someone mentioned in the comments that in the Explore tab in Mythology, they do go over
go ahead.
some of these things. So Taviran, I just want to read some of these. So when the wheel of time needs to mend or realign the pattern, it creates Taviran, bending a person's life thread in such a way that all surrounding threads are forced to swirl around it. This creates a ripple effect across the pattern, making the person a focal point in the weave. People who are Taviran find themselves at the center of strange and improbable events, both good and bad. So, yeah, there's all of these. Check this out. You've got the pattern. I did not know this was here. So
there's so much. It's great. It's really great.
Right. Let's see here. Let me make this a little bit bigger. Sorry. The dragon. Yeah, champion of light or the dark, person who can stand against the dark one. Got that. The dark one, father of lies. Names for, yeah, okay. We got that. Dragon's Fang. I've been saying this. We've been seeing this. Seen by most. Yeah, as an omen of evil, as a cursed mark. It's the other side, though, right? To the Saidin, Saidar. It's the other half of the yin and the yang. Women's circle. Good. Channeling. What else they got in here? Freaking dark friends. Human supporters of the Dark One. Some have been tempted by promises of riches and power. Others seek immortality, while some believe that supporting the shadow is necessary to keep the world in balance. Most dark friends keep their support of the Dark One secret, meaning anyone, anywhere could be a dark friend. Hugely important. The light. Yeah. The driving force of good, believed to be from the creator itself. The light stands in opposition to the Dark One and his powers, while the manifestation of the light in the world may not feel as blatant and tangible as those of the shadow. Most would say they feel aligned to the light. This is cool. Mythology tab guy. By God.
And look at that picture of Moraine with the power.
Yeah.
I love what they've done by the visual for the power. Right. Especially when they're in I guess you'd call it a cave, and they're doing the shield, and they're running their hand motions and creating they're starting to pull the air in. They're doing such a great job with the graphics of that.
Right. Yes. I agree with you. I agree. I think they're adding some of these as we go along. So I'm gonna click on these Tinkers, the Tuathon. We got that. Okay. Creatures. Jesus, criminy. Look at that bad boy. That's a Trolloc. That is just intense, man. Bella.
There's Bella.
I got some fades. That fade was pretty scary this episode too.
So I really like that they go into detail there about the fades being, yes, they're named fades. They're also the Murdral, the Eyeless.
Right.
Because I wasn't sure in the show if they were ever going to name them as Murdral. So I loved that name
Right.
for them. But everything you see in the episode so far, it's been the Fades.
Yeah.
So now they're identifying all the other names they go by. It really hurt, because Fades, that's got a lot of connotation with other shows or movies or stuff we've read in the past. But Murdral is such a unique name.
Yep.
At least from what I know. Maybe it's not.
Oh
I'm
no,
not,
it is. You're right.
Okay, I'm not all knowing on
right.
these kind of stories, but I loved
No.
that name reading the books.
Yeah, and it's cool that they have like the eyelets too. Like it's another thing. Again, they're like, I think you could sometimes they're depicted as in the fan art like some glowing over like skin covered eyes or whatever, but like having no eyes, which is cool. Shadows. Let's see. Sorry, guys, bouncing around here. The wolves. There's a saying in the Two Rivers: whether the wolf beats the bear or the bear beats the wolf, the rabbit always loses. Pack hunters with far more cunning and intelligence than one would expect from wild creatures. They're often feared, rightfully so. If you find yourself face to face with one, you can be sure their pack is nearby, ready to strike. Nothing good or bad. It doesn't really, nothing good or bad there. Trolloc weapon, blade, Moraine's jewel, land sword. Look at that guy. Holy.
I actually, by the way, I am excuse me. I am working on a video that I will have up probably it depends on his voice. Sounds really gone.
Yeah.
If we can record anything tomorrow or not, but I'm working on a Blade Master explained video.
Oh, nice. That's cool. That'd be cool. Let's freaking go.
That was a cool part of the episode too, where Lan and the other warder are having their little conversation as they're doing their routine, their workout routine practice.
Oh yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, but only one of them is a Blade Master. Okay.
Is there an Axe Master? I mean,
get him out of here. Technically, it's a blade.
Yeah.
Is it a heron marked axe?
Right, that's a hair. Yeah. Tom, nothing's Matt can channel. Yeah, Matt. Okay, this is good, Katie. Yeah, that can Matt channel. God, what if they make him a channeler? No. But Tom talks about it. He thinks it.
Because he's got all signs.
The signs of going mad, the madness, the corruption. Oh my gosh. Guys, that cold drink feels so good on my throat.
Wow.
I'm sorry if I just keep pounding these. People are gonna be like, wow, Sir Ezra is starting to get a little topsy-turvy there. But
there are people voting on our poll and they're saying Nynaeve is the dragon.
What?
Yeah.
What? Let's go. She is. As far as we know, she's a freaking dragon. Oh my God, dude. And I'm talking show-based. Matt, if you only had to go off the show right now, only the show, if you're just a show watcher, it's a show verse. Maybe she is. I love Nynaeve.
Well, can I just go ahead and say something?
Yeah.
Ever since the show has come out these past 2 weeks, and we have to talk about the Dark One. How many times have we said the word taint? Okay, in the past 2 weeks, because I feel like it's a lot more than I've said in a long time. Okay,
I know it's freaking nuts. It's nuts.
We got to talk about the Dark One's taint. All right,
all the freaking time. Holy.
Why?
Last week it was slap and tickle. This week it's the Dark One's taint. I swear to God.
Oh my God. Yeah, right.
Well, it is after midnight now. We can have those conversations.
Yes.
Heroes of the Horn. After hours.
I mean, after is drunk is getting there.
That scene in the cave when Nynaeve heals everybody, but she can't heal the green Aja, who initially died.
Yeah, she's dead.
Did that surprise you? I mean, she shows a lot of power and everything, but is it because they were all still living and dying and not already dead? Any thoughts on what's going on there?
Go ahead, in Matt. In the books, all right. Rand uses Kalendor and tries to revive this girl. Okay, can't do it. I always make a joke. Some people say deader than a doornail, and I say deader than that girl Rand tried to revive with Kalendor. Okay,
Right.
and she's dead.
She's dead. I always picture when Matt's talking about that scene because he loves that scene. He remembers that scene so vividly. It's like Rand has freaking Kalendor, and it's like he's got a freaking fire hose, and he's just like so much power he can barely freaking control it. Like, oh Jesus.
When you guys have gone over
5-hour live stream,
you guys are killing it tonight.
Crazy. I can't believe
I had to grab some snacks. I'm sorry, guys. I'm starving.
That's the real
I don't even know what this is.
That's the real question.
I don't even know what this is.
When you watch the
Leslie,
episode.
Yeah.
Leslie, who I don't know what I don't know what this is. She calls it crack. I don't know. It's like
Matt,
covered in like marshmallows and candy and sprinkles. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
It looks like it was like a Cheeto or something. I don't know, but it's freaking delicious. Right. It's also pure sugar. I'm gonna need some insulin after this.
Yeah. All right, what were you saying? Ryan? Go back and look at this.
I was just gonna. I wanted to when I go back or when I've listened to the podcast and Matt gets on that talking about Rand can't revive that girl with Kalendor. The image that always pops in my mind because he's brought it up a few times on the podcast.
She's dead.
It always goes back to that to the scene from Harry Potter where Dumbledore says, "I trust Harry. I trust that there is no magic spell that can wake the dead," or whatever the line is.
Right.
I always pop into that, and I hear it right in Dumbledore's voice, and it just popped back into my mind now because you guys brought it back up.
Well, you know what? Let me tell you who does come back from the dead. Gandalf. All right.
Bro.
I'm back, friends. I'm back. Okay?
Now look, let me just say. So again, we just started a Harry Potter podcast as well, called The Elder One. You go check it out. Podbean, iTunes, YouTube, all that stuff. So I've restarted watching the movies, and we'll get back to the time here, but just a quick aside. And so watching it, and I was like talking to Teresa, and my fiance, and I was talking about I was like, and some people even question like who would win in a fight, Gandalf or Dumbledore. It's like Dumbledore uses a wand, Gandalf uses a staff. Staffs beat wand 100 out of 100 times.
Now hold on a second. You're turning off all of our Harry Potter listeners. They're going like, I'm out on this. What the heck?
All the Lord of the Ring people are like, amen.
Okay. Yeah. I like both. But
who could either of them beat Rand al'Thor? No. Sorry.
Fudge. No. God, no. He can do so many things.
Do you think they'll do New Spring as a movie?
That'd be cool.
Has anyone heard anything about the Age of Legends movie show?
I think it's canceled.
Because, dude, what they're doing, they went in, they basically did a 3-4 minute animated version of Luce Theron and the Dragon. Then they did Manetheren. Then they did the Warder and the Blade Master.
Is there a new one? There should be a new one this week.
Yeah, there is. We don't know what it is. I haven't seen it yet. So
I believe it's called Saidin Saidar.
Yeah, and Stone is mentioned in there too. Saidin Saidar and Stone. Because earlier,
let's pull her up.
Yeah, now don't be screen sharing it because we're gonna get freaking shut down here. I bet it's cool though. Do Moraine what? Book Moraine had a Oh my god. This is true. Book Moraine had a staff.
Yes, she did.
Yes, she did. So who would win in a fight?
Moraine or Dumbledore?
Gandalf.
Probably
staff on staff.
Oh, cage match, all three of them.
Oh my god,
Gandalf versus Moraine. I don't know. I would probably say Moraine, just because the way in which magic is done. So in Harry Potter, they're like using magic like nobody's business. It's kind of like the difference of watching Star Wars, the originals compared to Star Wars prequels, where it's like, Mark Hamill talks about like, I had to use a lightsaber like it's freaking Excalibur. Then I just see them in the prequels and they're like, going nuts. But George R.R. Martin has even said that, like the dragons in Game of Thrones, like if they were to fight Smaug, he's like, Smaug can talk. Like Smaug's way more intelligent than my dragons. And so I do feel like the magic that's done in Lord of the Rings is on a more sort of epic, powerful scale than the magic in Harry Potter. But I would say that I would have to say Moraine. I do think Moraine could beat Gandalf.
Yeah. How many Aes Sedai would it take to gentle Gandalf?
Holy smokes!
Wow, I don't know, man.
Full 13.
Are we talking Gandalf the Gray, or are we talking Gandalf the White?
Grandolph. That's a good way to say it. Once he's white, he is Grandolph.
Yes.
The White. I think
I did like 13. That. I did like that point in the episode where
is the said, dark one or the Balrog. Yeah. Can Gandalf do magic? You'll have to correct me on this more in the books. Can Gandalf do magic without a staff?
Yeah.
So he doesn't need. He doesn't. So it's like in Harry Potter. If you can do wandless magic, it's pretty OP.
He literally, Matt, with his voice, speaks a word of command to a door and tells it to stand still.
Right, because I have not read the Lord of the Rings books.
Yeah. Another thing he says, I didn't know this until like a couple nights ago. I was with my buddy Lane, and you know when Gandalf is laying on the top of the tower and he's all beat up, right?
Right.
And that little moth comes by, he like takes the moth and he literally says, Gwahir, go. Like he's like, Gwahir, go. Like he says to go to Gwahir. I was like, what? I had no idea that was even a thing. But Gwahir is the eagle, right? It's the Lord of Eagles. And so he's telling him, so he speaks to moths. So
right.
Can Moraine do that? No, Moraine would whoop him, honestly.
You think so?
Yeah, because again, there's different types of power. And also Gandalf, you have to remember, going in as one of the Astari was his powers were tempered. He was not to assume his full power and to use his magic in ways that he's meant to guide and be a guide by the side.
So what Aja would Gandalf be if he were
right? Being the Greys, probably if he's Gray, he's Gandalf the
Gray. Is there Gray Aja?
Yeah.
Is that one of the colors?
Yep.
Or is he part white cloak, part black Aja?
Oh my God.
Now somebody did pose me an interesting question once where they said like, could Jon Snow beat Strider in a fight? And I said absolutely not, because Strider's like he's like really old, so he has so much more experience like in fighting. So like Strider, Aragorn, right? Aragorn versus Lan in a fight. I think the experience level that Aragorn would have of being that much older, he would have been in so many more fights.
Right. Yeah, probably. Yeah,
could he beat Rand in a fight? No. Even just a sword fight, I don't think so.
Well, remember too, like it's kind of what I love about Wheel of Time is you can get an Angreal, you can get a Saw Angreal and level up. So
enhancements, yep.
The enhancements. Those are those things like that's like D&D. That's not Dan and Dave. Dungeons and Dragons, which you get items, I just like if Matt were our dungeon master right now, he's controlling, what do we get? What are we getting here? So 20 fighter and a 5th level wizard. Oh my God. Here we go. People bringing in the
magic and Wheel of Time is just bigger.
It's true. You're tapping into something that drives the Wheel of Time. Yeah, that's a huge deal. So
like Dream World Perrin. Can anybody beat him? No.
Guys, no, hold on. Don't go all spoiler on this. Like for Matt, just like that's a question. I mean, Matt knows some stuff I don't know that he should know yet, but
apparently Dream World Perrin's like the real deal. So like nothing is supposed to be able to beat him.
Oh my God.
I am too, Mark. I'm hoping we see Lan train Rand on the sword a bit this season.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Because Ryan, you brought up sort of them going through the forms.
Oh my God,
that's pretty cool.
Nynaeve coming in with the AOE heal after the DPS messed up the raid mechanic. That is the best comment of the night. So incredibly accurate. That is hilarious.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, I did like that comment right there for Stephanie. I did like those some of the dialogue we got in this episode about we've got directions from the White Tower and now you're starting to go away from it. There was pretty good dynamic with that whole leading up to in the cave there. They did a really good job this week.
Ryan, the question is, has the Red Aja gone rogue? Are they doing their own thing? Wheeling and dealing death, or gentling out there.
She has 9th level cleric spells. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Who's your guys? I'm gonna ask this to the chat so far. Who's your guys' favorite show character been so far? By the way, I know she was healed, but dude, what's up with Moraine getting like impaled by things this season?
Ugh.
She took that thing into the shoulder. She got straight up got impaled in the freaking abdomen by that.
I mean, Lan just got his freaking throat slit. Like, dude, I can't believe that happened.
Nynaeve is what we call a glass cannon. Tons of offense, or excuse me, Moraine is a glass cannon. Tons of offense, no defense. She takes like one hit and she's gone. But like,
now hold on, because now it sounds you're talking bad about my boy Lan. He's supposed to be the defense.
He is. He's supposed to be the tank.
Oh my god, it's almost like I don't ever want to see Lan almost die again. I know it's bad.
Ever.
No, that was something that I wanted to ask you guys. What was going through your mind when Logain explodes the cage and it hits everyone and they're all down and you don't know where they're going with it? In my mind, I'm like, someone's going to turn back time. I didn't know where else.
I don't know how long. I don't know how long you were listening for this, right? How long you're listening to
this. You guys have already talked about this.
No. So no. Okay. So again, I was watching this with my fiance and her family, and her stepmom has watched the first 3 episodes, and she was asking me. She watched Daniel Henney, the actor who plays Lan. He was on Criminal Minds, I think was the show.
Okay.
Excuse me. And she was like, "Oh my god, I loved him on that show." Like, and she's Asian too, so she's like, I love that there's like Asian representation in the show. She's like, I was like, I don't need you to spoil much. She's like, but I need to know, does he like make it? Does he make it? It's like before we watched the episode. And I was like, I don't want to spoil it, but like, yeah, he'll be around. Like, you're fine. And so then we're watching it, and as it gets his throat cut, she's like, you said he lived. I'm like, oh yeah.
Matt's probably sitting there going like, I don't know.
I have no idea what's about to happen.
What's going on. Matt's about to get thrown out of the house.
Right.
No more leftovers for Matt.
Well, okay, so Ryan, real quick, I just want to say, I thought I lost track of Nynaeve or anyone. I was like, they're all down. They're all freaking down. I thought something major difference going on here. I'm like, oh, dude, they're going a whole different route. And then she steps up. I'm like, thank God she's here, because it dawned on me, healing Nynaeve. Thank God. I was like, because I forgot where she was in the mix of all this. I was like, so good. Such a good way, I think.
Yeah. Katie brings up a great question here. Why did that warder's axe not go through the shield?
Yeah, I thought it was going to. I thought it was going to go right through it and kill him. Was it Logain holding him back inside the shield? Was he? Because he does get a hold. That power wraps around the axe and comes down the handle. So I thought maybe he got through the spirit shield, but then something with Logain.
Logain stops it at that point and takes advantage.
Yeah, like he can maybe still operate inside the shield. I don't know. It's supposed to cut him off from the source completely. So I don't know.
See, that's a good, interesting thought right there, because you're right. In the books, they cut him off from the source, so there's nothing he could do. But in this episode, they're talking about they've got 2 of them sitting there controlling him, and they're going, "Oh wow, that is some power," and he's not even breaking a sweat. Right? They bring up that too. So that was interesting, and I wanted to go back into the books and look at it. But in my mind, in the books, they're cut off from the power when they're set up in this situation. There's nothing that they could do.
Right.
So it's interesting. I really enjoyed that. It's going to have to be something to contemplate.
And they seemed like they were showing like that you could expand the shield to give someone more room, or you could confine them. But that's supposed to be just a shield to cut him off from the source. So it's slightly different, because we know when Rand, so I don't want to get into too much spoilers, but when people are shielded, they can beat against that shield, right? And they can try to break free, and there's find a way where it's, especially when they're tied off. If they tie it off and they leave, I mean, you can go in and kind of unravel that. So, but
gotcha.
That's just inside of the shield. He can't operate outside of that. So I don't know. That's
gonna be something interesting to come back and look on as seasons down the road, as they give us more information and
right
and everything. But it's interesting to keep in mind for now.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I love that. Yeah. Oh God, that's the complexities of channeling and all the stuff that happens with the Aes Sedai and objects and power. That's what makes everything so complicated and intricate in the Wheel of Time. I love it. That's what makes the magic realm of it really cool. High fantasy.
It's great. It's this whole season. This whole season has just been freaking fantastic. Not gonna lie.
It's freaking awesome. I'm losing my voice over here, and I want to. This episode, it blew my freaking mind. This episode blew my freaking mind. I was blown away. I loved the first episode. I loved the third episode. The second was fine. This fourth one is my favorite.
Different. It's different.
God. Anyway.
All right, guys.
At some point, we have to end it.
At some point, we have to call it, guys. Ez has been on here for 5 hours.
God.
His voice is gone, but don't worry, because we will be coming back tomorrow. Ez, are you gonna be okay to record?
I'll be fine.
Tomorrow?
I will let the voice rest.
Get you some sleep. Ryan, thanks for coming on, man.
Thanks for having me.
Hey, man, if you're available tomorrow, maybe we'll hit you up too. Guys, remember, check out our Patreon, because we definitely have been doing this. We want to bring our patrons on. Ryan is one of our patrons. We'd love to bring you guys on and be able to chat live here, and get that going. And real quick, just remember, I'm really curious to see how episodes 7 and 8 hit, because remember, this season 1, it was heavily influenced by COVID, right? Remember, they filmed about most of the first 6 episodes and had to sort of shut it down. And then think of also, who knows what some of the behind the scenes stuff looked like, with how many people can we have in a scene, all of this stuff. With this is like, because this was filmed during like a high point of COVID, so we don't really know. So you definitely got to think about that as well. So I'm really curious to see episodes 7 and 8, because those we know pretty much were done in the second wave of filming season 1. So definitely take that out. So anyway, I want to thank all you guys. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. We had almost like 150 people in here.
Crazy.
So stay tuned. Ez and I got a lot more content coming. Probably going live again next Thursday for the episode drop. So stay tuned for that, and really appreciate everybody in here, guys. If you do us a favor, hit that like button, definitely hit that subscribe button. I can already see we gained like 50 subscribers tonight.
I know,
which is just like
freaking nuts,
freaking crazy.
I'll lose my mind.
It's like crazy. It's crazy to think about. It's a ton of fun hanging out with you guys and just talking Wheel of Time. And and also thank you guys. Also, like, there's not really a lot of heavy spoilers in here. Everyone's like really, really cool about that. Because I think we're all sort of at different places, and I haven't even finished the book series yet.
Right.
So really, really cool. Have everyone be really courteous and just hanging in here, chatting out. So really appreciate that, guys. So we will be back. We will definitely keep more of this going with some content tomorrow. Who knows? We may live stream. Anywho, really, really appreciate it, guys. So with that, thank you. And remember that the grave is no bar to our call.